Hello, hello. Ok, chocobo, gotcha.
Yuna, marimas.
7! Hey! 7. Okay. One. Five. 2, 2, 1, 3. Okay, so 7 to 10 I can release. Seven microphones. One, 5. One, 3, 4, and 5. One, 2, 5, 4, and 3. 5, 4, and 3. Okie doke. 7 random balls. That was one. Two. One. Two. Three. Four. That was 5, I think. 6. Oh, 7. One. Two. 3. Four. Five. Six. Seven. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 'Fuck! Nice. Let me just calculate this. I need 30 times 4 divided by 10 times farms. Ugh. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm just. Kinda useless, but okay.
silver bullet.
What? I guess this one needs, yeah. Hang on. Do we do what? What are they learning? Shit, I forgot the count. Alright, run. So that was 2, I guess. This is 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 'Nice. Battles, 20 times 4. I can't remember. 80 battles.
締めてやる。
ultimate chocobo level. Okay. Almost there. Antidote. How is that only 15%? Let's go. Not bad. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. and some. BRB. 7 medals. One. Two. Three. Four. Five. 6. 7. 'Nice.
Lady Yuna, what should I do?
What's wrong?
This way, hurry! The Chocobos found it. They seem to have scented one of their own kind.
Well? Well, what? I bet there's an amazing chocobo inside. But wimpy little me can't go find it myself, is that it?
Yes, that's exactly right. See?
fridge. Let's see, I need 9 true, 50, 10, 13, 14, 16. Bonk.
No problem. It's a wrap.
I'm so confused right now. Aha. Okay, now I know where I'm at.
Child's play. Time to clean up! Right behind you. Effortless. Where's the fun in that? Nice knowing you.
Hmm. Twain. I guess. Wow, what a boss.
I'm gonna whack you good. All right.
Okay, BRB.
So this is the amazing chocobo? Looks pretty choco boring.
Well, it's choco bolting!
Don't go! Good girl. That's right. You don't have to be afraid as long as I'm here. Come home and live with me. I'll take you to your friends.
Aw, they're choco bonding.
Clasco would be pretty amazing if he only learned to do things himself. They make a cute couple, don't you think? Bring it, punk.
Nice work!
Thank God I saved. What the fuck are dragonfly orbs? One. Two. Three. Four. Five. Six. And seven. Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. Wow. Yeehaw. Shave.
problem. We've got bigger fish to fry. Sorry we had to win.
I'm not. Nice work!
Oh. That's more like it. Okay. I see.
Nice knowing you.
Okie doke.
This, and I'll find yours.
Not so tough now, are ya? Not so tough now, are ya?
Let's see.
How you like these apples?
Nope. 27k. Okie dokie. Mm. This is gonna take a while. Jesus. Not bad. See, dive beak is here it is. I still need. I go. Let me just check something. Okay, that's the one. BRB. Okay. All right.
All wings! Explode!
Barbuto. That's a nut. Coyote. Okay. Honest major. Okay. Green. What a name. Oh, controller died. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's go. I'm just do all the floors. Okay, Arimana's oversold. Jesus, 20 flans to oversold. Ruminant 12. Okay. Well, Nazul oversold. So now I just need Nashorn and Quadicorn. Dunbury oversold, nice. Nashorn is oversold. Let's see, Nashorn done. No, I just need Quadicorn. Warrior and Dark Knight, I guess. You have Berserker and White Magic. So damn. You have Black and Samurai. What the fuck? Finally. Okay. Let's see next. Of the Tonberry. 4 to 6. Why not? Nice, yellow is done. Forest Oversoul. Forest gone. I think it was yellow gone. Okay, bomb is oversold. Boris is oversold. Achoo. Now I just need Stalwart and Sahagan and Dev Dauber. Hey, Sagan. Come on, Daft Dauber and Stalwart. Jesus. Probably a mixer. There we go. Let's put on a podcast.
You didn't think to mention we were both in the X-Cash shirt. Gosh, darn
Wait,
it.
hang on. Actually, what I realized as well, and we can keep rolling, is we didn't intro Greg in the last bit because we would have come straight back from a message from the sponsor. So we should actually properly intro Greg.
Nah, it's fine. No, I'm kidding.
Do it right, Lucy.
We're joined by Greg Miller from Kind of Funny. Hi, mate. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's been like 2 weeks since I saw you.
I know. Too long, Lucy. I miss you too.
Too long. I'll see you next week. But we thought we're going to be talking about Suicide Squad. Who better to get on than DC superfan himself? You've written for DC.
That's true.
Have you really? Is that a true story? I didn't know that.
Yeah, me and Gary Whitta did a Joker story in the 80th anniversary anthology.
I did not know that. That is actually quite sick.
Yeah.
It was.
Cool.
It was very, very cool. Definitely one of those, how is this my life moments? And especially because Gary did all the work. I really just had one lunch where I pitched ideas and then he wrote the whole thing. Oh, this is great.
Fantastic. living the dream.
I'm not gonna take the achievement away from you. You are a published DC author.
Oh yeah, I got the byline. It's done. It's real.
The biggest Superman fan that I know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Truly. And so yeah, so Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League is finally out, guys. How are we feeling?
Is this just going to be a dunk fest?
I don't want it to be a dunk fest because in the words of Kyle Bosman, the thing that has stuck with me forever and ever that Kyle said years ago in an episode of The Final Bosman is even a 0 out of 10 game still has value. And I'm not saying that Suicide Squad is a 0 out of 10, but it is very much like a
1 out of 10? Sorry, is that like American?
Not.
Zero. Zero out of 10.
That is not American.
But it's kind of
Nice.
taught me to try and be a little bit more positive.
No,
because, I mean, there are
stalwart.
moments with Suicide Squad, and we'll definitely get into the stuff that didn't work about that game. But there were moments, and there's a lot of stuff that didn't work in that game, I know. But there were moments that I was
Hey,
genuinely
stalwart.
enjoying myself, very much in the flow state as I was playing.
Excellent.
And
Now we go to floor 7 and 9.
desperately
Ooh, that's a lot. I still need
stop
to.
me from being
kill
in
you.
that flow
Blind
state.
you, give you permanent eye damage.
I had to stop the Superman boss fight because it genuinely gave me a headache, and I've never had to do that
Wow.
outside of a
That
game.
fight was so annoying. God, I hated that
Yeah.
fucking... Anyway, we'll get into that, I'm sure. Yeah, no, but I totally agree with you, and I think most reviews that are treating it fairly have been very willing to call out its numerous redeeming qualities, for sure. You know, I think anyone who engages this product in good faith cannot but celebrate the production value, which is like off the charts. It looks incredible. It has some issues running on high-end PCs, whatever.
That's
but
on you.
overall.
Hey,
That's not you for coming out of
Hey.
DC.
Here we
All
go.
right,
Here we
no,
go.
we're not gonna.
It is
We're
a-
not gonna
it
hold
is a
that
pri-
against this game.
It is a primarily PC-based community here on the Shill Up channel, I think. So watch yourself, Greg. Okay, it's very dangerous territory for you.
Well, they're too busy rebooting
so-
and getting their EXEs working right now to come hear me, so it's fine.
So it runs pretty well.
Yep.
Some issues aside, it looks extraordinary. The facial stuff is wild. It's some of the
Gorgeous.
best.
Yeah.
It's some of the
Stunning.
best up there with Naughty Dog and Guardians of the Galaxy. Voice work top tier as well. There are no bad performances.
The Metropolis they built, I am in love with.
It's very
I think
pretty.
it's really cool.
Totally. And so I think there's a lot of things that you can really hang your hat on for this game. And that's setting aside other things that, are more subjective, as in everyone agrees that it looks fantastic. When we come to how it plays and all other stuff, people have different opinions. But
What
I
are you
do
doing?
believe that there was pretty broad consensus that there are quite a few things that are really great about this game.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
But the problem is, all those things get tossed into then becoming just bittersweet,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like I'm right there with you, Jacob. Like, man, does it feel awesome to be in this metropolis? To be in a metropolis built by Rocksteady, to have this beauty, like. When you get to walk in the Daily Planet and like I'm playing as Deadshot and he makes a reference to Steve Lombardi and Ron Troop's desk's there and you go into Clark's office and he's got Mon Pock, it's like, oh, this is so awesome. And when you're in the Batman Museum, right?
was
And they're
so
filling in
cool.
the gaps. They're just telling you the Arkham story, let alone then. And also, here's how we got to where you are right now. So you understand why the game is taking place the way it's taking place. It's like, yes, this is it. Rocksteady, do this. This is amazing. But then that makes up the 2 to 3% that isn't just fighting purple guys on rooftops. And it's like that. Then you're out there and you're just like, oh man, this so isn't it. And not only is this not what I want, this just isn't enjoyable.
Yeah. The drop off after what you've described there with like visiting the Daily Planet, I think after that, I think the game kind of just totally goes off a cliff. It's like it has these moments in the setup where you visit the Hall of Justice and you do the Batman experience and you visit the Daily Planet and all this stuff, and it's just like, wow, man, yeah, cool, absolutely, this is totally on track. But then I don't know what happens after that. It's just they just completely. Well, I know I sort of have a suspicion, which is that you actually need to have a playable game after that. And then the playable game is the part of this that's absolutely awful. And so that's why it all just sort of falls in a heap. So, it's brutal.
I think the moment for me where, because I was definitely way more positive on it starting out in terms of gameplay even. Actually, no, I wasn't, because I didn't really like the traversal. It took me a while to get used to it. I'm really contradicting myself with everything. But the moment it really went downhill for me was the first escort mission with the truck with Lex.
Sure.
And I just went, oh my God, are we doing this in 2024? then
you will do it again and
and you will
again
do
and
it
again,
again.
and then
You'll
the
do
end
it
game is doing that again. Like, oh my
Then they'll
god!
teleport you to a place where cars don't even exist, and then they'll still make you escort a car. I was like, I'm going crazy.
That's so true.
It's such a I think messy is the word for it, and I spent so long. I know that I shouldn't spend a long time crafting anything on Twitter anymore. Because of what that platform has become. But I spent so long thinking about how I would even package up my thoughts about this game, because every single moment it felt like it was dragging me in a different direction.
Yeah.
And sometimes I would go along with it and I'd be fine with it. Like there'd be certain, I would actively look forward to cutscenes because of the stuff we talked about.
I
like
mean, not playing it.
Yeah, the animation. Like I think, yes, the story did not hold strong all the way through, and I think Ralph, in your video, you really nailed why. I'm not going to dig into that if you want to talk about it, but I think the thing that I really enjoyed is, like, despite not being a big fan of the Suicide Squad in terms of its characters, I knew what every one of those characters kind of was, and I knew kind of how they would react to things, and I think they reacted to things appropriately, except for some moments where they kind of went off. But like, I love the way that they were reacting to things, and I love the way that they would react to each other and play off each other. And that was the stuff I was really excited for. I loved the jokes. I think humor in video games is very, very difficult to do. I had multiple laugh out loud moments. Like when Boomerang says, my massive and disappointingly male audience. I laughed at that.
I felt that so
hard.
deeply, man. As a person with a video games YouTube channel, I felt that so deeply.
But then there were other bits where it was just like, oh, what happened? What happened there? Why am I doing this again? Why the hell is Penguin here? What's he bringing to this? Why is
Poison Ivy a child? What? Why? Why is that? What happened?
It's just so weird. And then when you get into, and actually, I mean, Ralph and Greg, I want to ask you this question because, Jake, I don't know how much you enjoy kind of live service games, but you know, like Ralph, obviously you started off doing Division stuff. Greg, I lived with you when the Division 2 came out.
So
and
you
that
was
was
a lot of Division.
Yeah, and Avengers and whatever, and like obviously Destiny as well.
Oh, Flame Dragon.
My brain doesn't work like that. I see those things, I see purple guns, I see whatever, and I'm like, oh no, this isn't for me. What was it that was so bad about what Suicide Squad did in terms of live service games? It immediately turned you guys off as people who I know really enjoy that genre.
That's a great question, Luce. I mean, I'll start. For me, right, it was the fact that none of the loot mattered. Division, I think, rains loot on you. Avengers definitely rained loot on you. And so there was maybe I want to make a build to fight this type of enemy. Okay, I'm doing this. I need to go that. Oh, I've been investing in this, and maybe I'd use the, special currency to make it better, but I know that I just got this other thing, and it's a, elite drop or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, Suicide Squad, I just did not feel that in any way, shape, or form. Missions end, you get two things. You say, okay, this is better stats. You slap it on, and I wasn't attached to anything because I kept getting assault rifles. I'm usually an assault rifle guy, so I'm getting an assault rifle. And the fact that none of them were special, even at the end of the game, like one of the final missions I did drops a Bizarro assault rifle. And I was like, oh, wow, is this where we're really going to get into making these guns feel special? No, the, active reload on this just goes backwards instead of forwards. I'm like, oh, that's stupid. I didn't even notice that. I critiqued in my review about it. Somebody in the chat pointed that out. I was like, oh, that's what they did with it. That's how they made this special and not just feel like an AR.
I finished the game with the pre-order guns.
Right, see?
Yeah, the pre-order guns were ridiculously overpowered. It's so stupid when games do that. They're like, we're going to sell you a gun that breaks the entire loot system during your campaign. And it's like...
Also, they make things flash on screen when you're starting the game. You're like, I don't know what's happening. Why are there skulls everywhere? What the fuck?
Yeah. And 777 everywhere. Did you guys see all the slot machine there? Why does that keep popping up? Yeah, I think it was the grenade.
There were so many things to read. And I was like...
See, I actually disagree with what you said, Greg, about the loot not mattering, because I do think it does. And I think one of the things I kind of liked about, or at least respected about the game, is that the itemization is there, I think. There are some modifiers that kick in at the back end that open up different playstyles. And I've definitely seen certain builds that focus on certain things propped up exclusively by itemization. Well, the talent trees help as well, right? But similar to your point, even though you can do that, it doesn't actually, to me, feel impactful or satisfying to build those things, right? Yeah. So yeah, you've got stats and you've got modifiers, but for me personally, because the core combat is so bad, it's so repetitive, because the guns themselves don't have any unique feel to them, because there's only one type of enemy that you fight in the entire time, I don't actually care if I now have an exclusively grenade-focused build versus a sniper build that spreads afflictions versus another build that crazes enemies, because it just all feels the same to play regardless.
Sure.
And I think
shoot him in the
is
legs,
where
get your shields. Okay, now
Yeah.
I've done that, so I can shoot this guy in the head. Okay, it's
Yeah.
it's a car mission. Oh no, the car mission still has me going up and fighting guys behind their purple shields.
Yes, yeah. So those parts of it really broke for me, and I think as well, and I'm sure you would experience this as well, Greg. It's like we played so many of these games, and you would think like video games are a medium that evolves, and there's ideation and improvement over time, right? Not in every aspect, but certainly in many.
Sure.
Many. It just feels like with this genre, it's the same fucking mistakes every single release. Like we really did get a very shitty 10-hour-long campaign and a non-existent end game with 3 missions, no word of a lie, 3 missions that you repeat over and over again. It's like, how are we still doing this 14 years after Borderlands came out? Like, what's up with that?
That was the thing for me coming home and talking to Jen about it, my wife, and running her through it and explaining it. I'm like, stop me when you've heard this before. All right. Here's this middling campaign that's going to be fun, but it's not. Then you get in this end game, but there's not this one. I'm like, I'm describing Avengers again, right? Like, how did they not figure this out and stop this from happening? And I think, another big part of it for me was the fact that, like, we talked about Metropolis being beautiful and having these cool things and It is such a bore to traverse. Like they go out of their way to give you these heroes and make up stories, and okay, well, he's using the Speed Force and you've got a jetpack and Harley's got but like none of these are a blast. None of these are a lot of fun. And even they're dropping you where you can only fast travel to the Hall of Justice, but it's down in the bottom right corner, so it's not even helpful. It's not central. So you can travel there, but you still got to go all the way over there. So you're just going and flying and gliding and whatever, and you're passing boring enemy that's popping in front of your eyes after a boring enemy, not engaging with them. And it was just like, wow, like this feels so sterile. And even though there's things in it, it feels empty. I kept comparing it to the Division 2, which I adore. And it was the fact that, Division 2, you leave the base of operations and you're right in the thick of it. And so do you want to engage? Do you want to stealth around? Are you going to go for that cache over there, this hot drop over there, something else is happening that's organic in that minute? Like, oh man, and you're boots on the ground, so you have to, route yourself through where you want to go and pick and choose. Whereas this was like, okay, I am not being adequately rewarded, I feel, for anything I do. The combat is not engaging and not fun the way I found Avengers combat to be fun. So it was up into the sky, go that way to the main objective. And at that point, it's like, well, why am I not playing a linear superhero game? A just linear single player mission that I'm just going through and doing over and over again. And when you're not playing with your friends and you're still being insulted by getting, oh man, Deadshot was the #1 hero in the slow-mo thing. I'm like, stop. Like, did you not think people would play this alone? Like, come on.
Yeah, I think as well, like to your point about Avengers, it's such an interesting parallel because I think a lot of people are, how could you score this lower than Avengers? That's ridiculous, right? I'm like, not really, I don't think. Because Avengers, for all its problems, and it had a lot,
of course, the
core combat of that game was excellent. Like the core character kits were actually based on the heroes that they were based on, which is a novel idea.
Oh, wow. If only. If only.
If only. And then after that, you actually had some very smartly designed combat systems that had a lot of legs, and that I really think could have seen that if Square Enix had managed and Crystal Dynamics had managed to build out that game properly, I reckon that game could have had a future. I really do believe that, and I said as much in my initial review of it, and I'm like, look, this sucks right now, but it's got some good things that give it a good future. And I'm looking forward to that future. That never materialized. But with this, I'm like, no, the core gameplay is bad. And I do not see how this lives as a live service. Like, I can't see how this has legs to go the distance.
Almost the opposite of Avengers, right? Where like, you get to the end game here for Suicide Squad, and it's like, are we spoiling stuff or not? Does anybody care? What are we doing?
I mean, let's like not do, because I'm sure
there's
some people
a lot of drops coming. There's a whole bunch of things we got to do, and like we already know that there's the Joker Elseworlds, and there's probably going to be more Elseworlds like that. Here are these characters we're promising and hinting at. One's already kind of leaked because of an audio bug, and it's like, okay, and it's like, yeah, okay, like I deleted it off my PlayStation, right? Like the Joker, I'm not gonna want to come back and play this. Whereas Avengers was, I would have gladly come back and played, but they just couldn't get it together. Hawkeye, who was supposed to be the next month, or Kate Bishop, who was supposed to be, month 2, it was what, 5 months later or whatever it was, and then it was that drip feed every, by the time we got to War for Wakanda, it was like, okay, like you blew this, you know what I mean? But here they're promising that stuff, but I don't like your combat. I don't want to come back. And again, to your point, Ralph, like everyone in Suicide Squad feels the same. It doesn't, like, why is it that Captain Boomerang should be using his boomerangs, right? Like, is this an outrageous thought that he shouldn't just use that for traversal? King Shark should be a melee shark that's really screwing stuff up. Of course, Deadshot should feel like the assassin, and Harley should be this crazy close quarters, I'm using melee combat. Like, to stop and go, we're going to make all of them gunners. And King Shark will have the Gatling gun and, he'll have the assault. Yeah. And of course you can swap those out and give them all whatever you want. It's like, again, back to the Avengers comparison. It's the idea that at least everybody felt different. When I was playing Avengers, I loved being Cap and punching the shield back and doing all this stuff. And I see my friend Sean run around and be Thor, and I'd be like, man, Thor looks great. And, Goldfarb was always going to be Kamala. And it was like, oh man, there's a synergy here where this is just dump the bullets into them, be done with it. There really isn't a strategy, back to what we're talking about, to complement Avengers. When you would run into bosses in the end game stuff they did had, which was few and far between, there was like, oh, well, how to engage this? What are you doing? How are we doing that? You think of a Destiny raid, right? What is it here? Well, use the counter shot to knock their health bar exposed to these enemies and then just dump bullets into them. Let's take some of the coolest concepts from the Arkham games, apply them to Batman, and make them the most boring interactions. When I finished the Batman fight, I was furious. Not because of the story, not because of what happens, just because of how bad that fight was. Yeah, every fight is either, hey, you're in a 360-degree arena where everybody's running around fighting a big guy, or you're in a half-circle arena fighting a big... It's like, come on. This is all you could think of with these people?
And the Batman fight as well, I think, was so disappointing because... visually, it's the coolest one. I'm not gonna spoil it if you decide to get there. Visually, it looks really cool, and then it just boils down to you doing the same.
What is it here? Well, use the counter shot to knock their health bar exposed to these enemies and then just dump bullets into them. Let's take some of the coolest concepts from the Arkham games, apply them to Batman, and make them the most boring interactions. When I finished the Batman fight, I was furious. Not because of the story, not because of what happens, just because of how bad that fight was. Yeah. Every fight is either, hey, you're in a 360-degree arena where everybody's running around fighting a big guy, or you're in a half-circle arena fighting a big... It's like, come on. This is all you could think of with these people?
And the Batman fight as well, I think, was so disappointing because visually... it's the coolest one. I'm not gonna spoil it if you decide to get there. Visually, it looks really cool, and then it just boils down to you doing the same thing you do in every fight. Pinky,
less, to be honest, less. You just point your gun at him and shoot him, and then you jump when the thing comes across. I know we've been talking a lot.
Girl, Oversoul,
Jake, and I wanted to hear your story because you're very, you're very into the lore and the stories and series. So I wanted to hear your take on the story side of things. Were there any things that really clicked with you on the story front?
Behemoth, Lesser Drake, Guardian Beast.
Positives for the story were some fun DC fan moments, some stuff I don't want to spoil, but some characters showing up, new takes on characters, Rocksteady's takes on characters. Some of them just ended up being glorified vendors, but I like that they popped up. And the initial sighting of Batman that was shown in in the initial trailer, that's
Guardian Beast Oversoul.
That initial reveal of Batman, I think, felt very inspired, and it felt like Rocksteady acknowledging, we made this, but now we're doing this, and it felt kind of cool. But it's I feel like the game starts strong, presentation, cutscenes, and you're like, okay, this is pretty cool in the first hour or so, but as it goes along. And once you get to the first boss battle, and it just kind of boils down to shoot him with a gun with everybody. It's like, how do we kill Green Lantern? I don't know. He's powered by will, right? Well, shoot him with a gun enough, and he'll lose his will. Okay, dude.
I mean, it's true in real life as well, so why not there?
Good. You know what? The first hour is good, except for the first 10 minutes. I think tutorial-wise,
it was like an extra tutorial.
Pretty shocking.
The one
where you take control of every single character and you go through the same area.
Yeah.
This is how we all got to this one point. I'm like, all right,
That's right. Yeah.
I was playing that and I was like, am I taking crazy pills here? There is no way you could have just done an intro mission in any different kind of way at all.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
And it's an interesting game because I know like some people are like, oh, this isn't what we really wanted from Rocksteady. Like, make another Arkham game, or why didn't you make a Superman game? But like, I think the elevator pitch for this game somewhere is really cool. If you sat me down and you were like, yeah, it's a Suicide Squad game. Okay. Yeah. The Justice League is controlled by Brainiac. Okay, cool. They got the bad guys got all the good guys' weapons and they're just like flying around and, blasting shit. I'm like, okay, cool. And you get to kill Batman. Yes. Awesome. But it just, I feel like it didn't make good on any of anything it really set up. So it's the same thing, the same problem with me. And I'm sorry if you watch my videos and I'm repeating myself, but Gotham Knights, the whole billing for that was, we're going to kill Batman and we're going to tell a story of what it's like for the Bat family to get up and learn to fight and live without Batman. Awesome idea. Love it. Here for it. Didn't do anything with it. Then here, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. It's like, Kill the Justice League is huge, man. That is a huge concept. That can be a ton of fun. There's so much you can do with it. And they didn't really commit to that either. It's hard to like talk around without spoiling things, but it's like the big part of the game is structured around taking out all the Justice League members, but they're all very unsatisfying mechanically from a boss fight standpoint, but also story-wise. Story-wise, I didn't get any impact from gunning down any of these suckers. And that...
They didn't even have like death monologues.
Yeah.
They just keeled over. And you just like,
this is
really?
Where,
you couldn't even give them a few lines?
This is where I feel like something's lost in translation, because for me, it felt like they didn't commit to the bit. It wasn't like, haha, we're edgy and we killed him. It doesn't really do anything cool. It doesn't do anything like a poetic, climactic, a speech. It doesn't do anything epic, except for like a couple little bits here and there. It just feels like it didn't know
Behemoth Lesser
story-wise what it even wanted to do with these characters, with the Kill the Justice League concept, and that's the whole thing.
But I think Ralph, you said it in your review where you were like, the one emotional moment is when the lasso of truth has been used on Flash, and he says, "You have to kill us, Diana." Like, there's no like, even if you killed him, why aren't they saying like, "Oh, you did the right thing," like something to incentivize you to keep going, like, or even breadcrumb a way to get the next one. Like, here's something I learned about Brainiac. Story-wise, it would have been, I don't know. Every time I finished a boss fight, I was like, oh, thank God that's over. Because they are just, they are a miserable accumulation of everything I didn't like about the gameplay.
Greg, obviously you got your team over there, Kind of Funny, and a lot of them would have played it. Has anyone on the team taken to it? Have you had conversations with anyone being like, you know what, I really like this. This is working for me.
Absolutely
no one is
not. I think Andy came around the most from when we played it on launch day, early access launch, and then he went home and played it by himself to get better fidelity and be able to there. He came back a little bit more like, okay, the shooting's kind of delivering what I thought it was going to do, and that's cool, but nobody's made time for it. They've all moved on to better games. And it was funny even for me where, I rolled credits, I think, on Wednesday night, then moves into another review on Thursday. And so then I was like, oh, I need to, on Friday, they were like, oh, you got to come on Games Daily, right? And talk about it. I was like, oh, right. Like, I had wrapped that game up and never thought about it again. You know, and like, even to coming on today, I was driving like, all right, I had to get back in that headspace of like, let's get mad again. Let's talk about like everything this game did wrong and what it made, you know what I mean? And like, again, what a bummer it is. Like, it's just such a bummer as an Arkham fan, as a Rocksteady fan, as a live service fan. I've enjoyed so much since my videos have gone live about it, my podcast and stuff. People coming like, quote tweeting, be like, in this, but you like Avengers, right, Greg? And I'm like, yes, I like the most mid superhero game of all time. I can find that much enjoyment in mid games, and I can't find it in this. Like, I am the DC guy. I have what is it? Over 900 hours in DC Universe Online. I should be like, yo, this game ain't great, but I'm in it. I'm in it for everything, and I'm doing it. And as soon as I was like, what is the end game going to be? And I got the taste, and I was like, Cool, no, like under no, and it's like it'll be a fascinating one thing. Just wrap out the endgame thread though. It'll be fascinating if they commit to it and do everything, and it has a real roadmap and thing. If when there is the complete edition, and maybe there are 7 new mission types that don't feel like it is right now, where it's like open up the toolbox. Which one are you going to get? A, B, or C for your mission objective? Like if there is a through M version of that, maybe it isn't so glaring, but by then, I mean, come on, whatever goodwill you have will be gone.
I think it's so fascinating to see the reviews for this one, because like obviously the reviews are almost universally negative or mid, right?
Yeah.
You know, I
think
think
it's
the most generous
63
score,
Metacritic, I think.
63 Metacritic and whatever else. Yeah. However, you're seeing like on Steam, it's like 84% very positive.
Wait,
And
what?
I'm really surprised by that number, because I don't know. It's like usually when you get this kind of uniformity of opinion about how a game is, it's sort of reflected on the Steam score, you know. But there's just this massive gap with the way that everyone's talking. Do you think this is like a bit of a beat up from critics, and we're kind of just out of touch, and you know this game is actually really popping off for people, and we're just not feeling it in the right way? Or what do you think's going on there? What explains that gap?
It's absolutely not popping off. You can look at the Steam concurrence and see that.
I'm looking at them right now.
I'm not trying to drag it into the street and beat it. I think what you're usually... This is the same thing we all see when we do this, right? And Lucy, I know you know it from GameSpot so well. I know it from IGN, where you have that early access, you're able to get in there, da-da-da. So the people who want to believe are there saying, no, you're wrong, blah, 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 blah. And even though we all got our hands on this one at the same time, I still think there's a lot of that where it was, you know, the comments I see where people are mad at me not liking it, it's always, yeah, okay, fine, it's middle of the road, but I'm having fun with it. And it's like, well, yeah, you're allowed to have fun.
You can have fun with shit.
Fun with bad games all the time, but it's like we still have to sit here and put a score on it and talk about what it is and how it stacks up, and like there's that disconnect, I think, between trying to be critical of something and loving it and just loving something. And so I think there is this audience that is just stoked to be in that DC universe, is stoked to support Rocksteady, is stoked to have something to grind on and chase and shoot. And so they are like, well, yeah, but every game repeats its mechanics. Every game only has so many mission types. And I'm like, well, yeah, games all have a game loop, but this one's is so glaringly dull, I think. You know what I mean? Where it's like, there's just, I think there's people wanting to believe something that they're enjoying. Again, like I'm talking as an Avengers fan. And Avengers, I was on the subreddit every day checking in and seeing what people were saying. Like I knew the game wasn't a 10 out of 10, but like I'm there enjoying it. And so yeah, I was still buying skins or doing this thing or enjoying this thing to a certain degree.
Sure.
Those people are definitely out there. I've definitely spoken to them. Those people that are like, yeah, no, but like I like
loving it.
I like this world. This is cool. Or like I've got a lot of like, stop complaining. I'm doing endgame with my friends and it's awesome. And you know, cool.
You didn't know what to expect from this, and you're trying to make it into an art. I'm like, I'm not doing either of those things. I just wanted more, and I'm not enjoying what I have.
I also think too with Steam reviews, you know, I was into the game for the first hour or two. I was like, all right, cool. Where's this gonna go? I'm enjoying the cutscenes, the gameplay. All right, I can't wait for there to be more enemy types and maybe more map and mission types. Yes. And then it's just after that, it starts to fizzle out.
Yeah, it's a shame. Obviously, I think the biggest shame with all this is that, you know, this is what Rocksteady made. You know, this is what they worked on for 9 years, and it's frustrating to see that this genre has claimed another studio like this. You know, it's like these fucking games, live service, looters or whatever. They're merciless. They fell whichever studio dares tackle them. And, you know, Rocksteady's the latest casualty of that. And it's a bummer. And we're going to have to wait a really long time for our next Rocksteady game, because they're going to have to support this for at least 2 years, because there's all the promise stuff and the whatever else and whatever. And then they got to work on something else. And, you know, it's probably, I don't know, who knows what they make next. I mean, did they make the live service Harry Potter game after this?
Well, no, I was going to say that.
Know.
I mean, yeah, Harry Potter probably is the license that will get shopped around, because look at the sales for Hogwarts Legacy. I do hope that Warner Brothers see that, hey, a single player game got those numbers. You don't have to shoehorn the live service shit into everything.
Come on, Wonder Woman game. Let's go.
Yeah, come on, Wonder Woman game. It's not going to happen, but, you know.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely not the lesson that executives would take from the sales of Harry Potter. They would not say we sold a lot of copies. They would say we sold a lot of copies, but it could have had live service elements in there, so we would have made even more money.
Potter a gun.
That's yeah. That's right.
What are we, some kind of magician squad? I think that's the thing. Live service continues to be a mirage in the desert that so many people stomp to their deaths chasing, and by the time you realize, oh my god, this isn't water, it's sand, you're too far gone. You know, you talk about the 9 years that between this and Arkham Knight, right? You're talking about a different industry. You're talking about all these different things. And I think, you know, what I brought up on one of the shows talking about Suicide Squad was the idea that, you know, we look at Fortnite and the Battle Pass and the success in every IP and yada, yada, yada. And it's that thing where it's like, we all remember when Fortnite launched as a completely different game and was failing. And they're like, hey, we love PUBG, so we're trying this Battle Royale thing. And then it took off, but it was week after week, month after month, season after season to get where it is now. And now you have so many people jumping in, wanting to be Fortnite now without wanting to do the work, lay the foundation, actually find what their audience wants and hone in on it. So instead they're coming out with half-baked promises saying, this is clearly what you want, right? And no, it's not, let alone the fact that the industry's moved so far from that. When you set off to make that kind of game, it's a heartbreaker. Because again, you know, even if you wanted to leave it Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, that's fine, and that would have been better, I think, as a single player. But I look here and I'm like, the fact that they just, you know, looked at Arkham Knight's ending and were like, well, how can we do this? All right, here's like the one scene at the end, or not even scene at the end. Here's the one scene in the Batman experience of him shaking Superman's hand to explain what happened here, right? It's like, I would have much rather have you undone all the work you did there and the beautiful ending you had to have it be Batman kill the Justice League. And it was that, you know, we pick up and the Justice League's been brainwashed and Batman's the only man standing. And how is he going to stop this? And what's he going to do? And what is the turmoil between it, right? Like that would have been awesome than what they did here, I think.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I've even found myself fantasizing about like, what if it was just a Justice League game where you're just doing crime stuff and it's actual Batman out there and he's taunting you the whole time? Because that was like an interesting and kind of redeeming thing for the game for me that was very creative, was that they committed to having Conroy essentially be the radio chatter, you know, where where in Arkham Knight and stuff, it was always like you'd hear criminals being like, when's the Bat gonna show up?
The Bat.
Now it's just Conroy just like hamming it up.
Did you ever find him in the open world?
I saw a video of it. I never saw him.
Cool. That was like the one moment where I'm like, damn, yes, hell yeah. Like he's literally just standing there staring at you. You're like shooting all these purple guys. You're like, it's fucking whatever. And then you just kind of stand there for a second and you kind of look up. You're like, what the fuck is
Batman's
that?
watching. He's like, damn, they dropped the rare level SMG. I'm screwed.
Dude, like even the Nemesis system, but the Nemesis is always Batman. You know, like he would reference shit that you've done, or I mean, like
his boss battle could have just been reverse Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze,
yeah,
Mr. Freeze, one of the best boss battles in.
Nice.
I would go on to argue of all time in terms of creative, in terms of forcing you to use every single thing that you've learned to outsmart your opponent. Yeah, there was nothing.
Big Rat and Rimmters.
And that's what was heartbreaking, right? Like when you are in the Batman experience, and I walked up on the first thing, I'm like, what is on the floor? And it was the bat gel, and it exploded and blew me back. I was like, that's awesome. That now I'm going to see the other side of what it's like to use these gadgets on criminals. And then, of course, that's wasted.
I've never been so hyped to see an open vent shaft that is human sized.
Yeah.
That's a fucking vent shaft, dude. Let's go.
He was in there, wasn't he? You know? Oh, man. Yeah.
What could have been?
Anyway.
What could have been? Well, thanks, Greg.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Yeah.
We'll get you back
really
on
great
again.
to see you.
Thank you again to Greg for joining us for that Suicide Squad chat. I think, have we all uninstalled it now?
I was so excited to uninstall it. I know that sounds really bad. Sometimes sometimes there are games on your hard drive and you're just so relieved when you get to click the uninstall button because you're like, I don't have to play this anymore. But also what I said at the back end of my review is that like, I'm glad I don't have to watch that game anymore. Because the visual noise, I've never felt that before. I've never once experienced a game where I don't want to watch this anymore. But this was that. And so, as brutal as it sounds, I was very glad to see it removed from my device.
I think I will be the person who goes back and I'm interested to see what they do with Joker.
Sure.
Just because I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. But
Sure.
I'm
It's kind of whack. But there was another leaked character that I think sounds pretty cool. I want to see how he plays.
Can you text me that? Because I don't want to spoil it in case people don't know who it is, but I want to know because Greg mentioned it too.
Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, let's move on to a user question. If you have a question for us, hit us up at contact@friendspersecond.com and we could read it out on the show. So this one is from Daniel Verdejo. Hello, folks. Love the podcast. It is the perfect trifecta of gaming personalities. My name is Danny, and I am, or maybe more like once was, a very avid gamer who used to get so much excitement and joy from new game announcements and releases. Over the last couple of years, after many disappointing releases, you'll see why I picked this question, whether it be from technical problems or lackluster gameplay mechanics or cash grab microtransaction mechanics. Danny names some games here, but I will keep them out of our mouths just in case.
Yes.
I've felt burned by so many releases in the past few years. It's really destroyed my will and want to try new games, despite also playing some fantastic ones. How do you deal with feeling burned out on games and disappointing releases?
I have a formula for this. I've answered this question before somewhat. Tap out. As someone who it's me saying like don't visit my place of business, but like detach a little bit from the gaming news world.
I agree.
Be a little less plugged in for a while, and just naturally stumble into whatever it may be. One game, one random game, one game on your backlog, or even go back and replay a couple of those games that you talked about loving from, like the 2000s or so. That makes a big difference. Just a little unplugging, a little playing some nostalgia, and really just seeking out cutting through the noise is basically what I'm trying to say. Because we make a lot of it, but ultimately it still comes down to you. And sometimes you'll feel better not knowing about something going into it and not having any preconceived notions or clouded anything. And that can be worth it. That can help. Sometimes it's just one of those games where you go back online and you go,
Just
what?
one of those days.
Everybody hated that? Well, I liked it, so that helps. That's power, in my opinion.
Okay.
I agree. I think some of the best advice
Big
that
cat.
I heard is if you're enjoying a game, never visit its subreddit. And I guess that could also be extended into never look up the reviews and never try and track the discourse. Because if you're enjoying something, that is what matters. But simultaneously, if you're not enjoying something, like don't stew too much in that. Don't go out seeking tons of confirmation bias. Don't look at tons of negative reviews that also hate the same thing that you hate, because it's just going to get you like in a shitty spiral. And I say that as someone who makes video game reviews for a living, you know what I mean? And it's my job to watch reviews. I watch other people's reviews as well, because they show me different perspectives. And there's some reviewers I really love to watch because I love their insight. And sometimes if you're just watching too many negative reviews on something,
Hey,
you're
Rumters.
even more burned out than if you just played a bad game and moved on. But I guess the other thing as well is that I personally have never actually felt that feeling of like, oh, that game really sucked, now I'm kind of burned out on video games. I've never felt that, because for me there's just so many all the time, and I'm like, if one sucks, I'm like, that's a bummer, and I'm disappointed that one game sucked, but it never dampens my enthusiasm for everything else, and I just go and play something else and I move on to the next thing. So don't dwell on the stuff that sucks. Go and find the stuff that doesn't. And I think as well, there's like really good subreddits that you can find. Like Patient Gamers, for example, is a really good one. /r Patient Gamers, because they play games well after they've been released. They're totally separate from the discourse zeitgeist, and they're really interested in good, insightful commentary and conversation about what a video game is. And a lot of people will say, hey, I finally played BioShock for the first time. Here's my impressions. I loved it. And you're like, wow, it's cool to see someone play BioShock for the first time and just put up an honest review without trying to make some think piece video on YouTube that's designed to get 1 million views. It's just a genuine reaction to a great game. And then you might want to go and boot up BioShock for yourself, either for the first time or play it again. And I think that's pretty good for the soul. So yeah, that's my advice.
Yeah, I think my advice would also be kind of a mashup of the two of you just said, whereas don't feel pressured to play something or do something that you don't enjoy. I grew up being a people pleaser, and I would do a bunch of stuff just to make other people happy, and I realized that would translate into me doing things that weren't making me happy just because I felt like I needed to do them, because I'd spent the money on buying a game where I felt like I had to finish it. Reality, I'm an adult. If I don't like a game, can take it back. or I can just stop playing it, and I think as well, as you get older. Oh my god, I just said as you get older, but
there we go.
Here we go.
That's it.
Old friends per second over here. But you kind of realize that your time is precious, and there's not any point wasting it on things that are not giving you joy. And so I think what is
Marie
important.
Kondo, she had it.
Exactly. Spark that
That's
joy.
Right. People got mad at her, but she was right.
She was right.
Yeah, but
I
the
think
way
also
she folds underwear is fucking annoying. I don't like it. It's so annoying. In my drawer, I open up my drawer. I'm like, why are they like this? Amanda, if you're listening.
But I think there's also a lot to be gained.
She's a lucky woman.
Yeah. Wow, we don't be so
Husband
lucky to
complaining
find
about
someone.
how his underwear is folded.
It's gonna
She
fold
really,
your underwear.
she scored
No,
big.
actually, I fold it most of the time now because I didn't like
Now you say that.
There we go.
Now you say that.
Yeah.
Believe.
Damage control. But no, I think there's a lot to be said about finding new ways to enjoy things that you already like. I think that I've never heard of that subreddit. That sounds great. What I love,
It is.
speed runs.
Ooh,
Speed running
interesting.
is such a fun. I wouldn't call it a hobby of mine. Watching speed running is not a hobby, but it's something I really love. I talked about GDQ on the last episode, but I've just been watching. So there's a blindfolded Elden Ring run now.
I've seen that. That's so scary.
There's a
It's
run.
terrifying.
There's a guy called Bushy who just does runs where it's like, can I beat Elden Ring upside down? Can I beat Elden Ring at minus level 79? Like all my attributes at 0. And I just think it's so cool that people can take an amphibious there's amphibious something I don't know. There's a guy who does this in The Sims and SimCity and stuff too. I think it's so cool to find different ways to enjoy a game by not playing it as you are quote supposed to. I love stuff.
Did you see the Baldur's Gate 6 speedrunning?
No.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's right.
god.
There's a 2-minute record, baby, with Lae'zel. It's the one.
2 minutes.
2
huh?
minutes. 2
Damn.
minutes. That's the fart. You can boot from the time you boot up the game to the moment you bed Lae'zel. 2 minutes. So there you
Impressive.
go. Whole new category.
the
Impressive
only
for
other
some
thing-
men. For some men,
For
very
some.
impressive.
The only other thing I would add is a little corny, but it helps me. Is go to, if you have the opportunity, and not everybody has this privilege, but go to a local video game store or go to a barcade or whatever, and just kind of immerse yourself in, or even a convention, a retro gaming convention. Immerse yourself in the joy of other people. If that it sounds weird, but even if you're an
That's
introvert,
true.
just like breathing some of that air, that stinky air, but breathing some of that air can make a difference. Or go to a local game store if you have one, a mom and pop type store. Talk to the guy behind the counter. Like that, like it makes you kind of realize like why you were playing and loving this stuff in the first place.
Totally agree.
I agree.
Yep.
Well, thank you again for your question. Next up, we got an interview with Anthony from the Uncharted team.
Hang on. Bully Cap is.
But I wanted to make a joke about the Greek names.
You can do that. You're
I can
free
do
to
that still?
right now.
I can still make the joke about Greek names? Okay, cool.
We're rolling.
It's Christoulakis, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, right, nice. Okay, well, I have like a lot of Greeks in my life, so that's why I feel very confident when I'm presented with a Greek name. I'm like, I know how to pronounce that. I'm feeling good today.
Very good.
Anthony Christoulakis, thank you so much for being here today. We are certain that you are just like ridiculously busy right now. You've had a gigantic launch. First of all, right off the top, congratulations. It is huge.
Thanks.
We'll talk about the specifics of the numbers and whatever a bit later on. But yeah, we really do appreciate you making the time in what I'm sure is a pretty full-on period. But yeah, we wanted to start right at the beginning with you personally, maybe because, obviously Keen Games and yourself, most people will not be familiar with you or your studio. So we kind of just wanted to hear like, who are you and how did it happen? You came to work at Keen Games and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, tell us about yourself.
Okay, yeah, I'm Anthony. Well, I'm also the co-founder of King Games, so that's how I came to the company. I'm personally making games since I would say the early 90s as a job, which was a bit weird back then, being like coming from Germany. And there's not much of a games development industry in Germany, at least in that period of time. It was Factor 5 that moved to the US because of that. so yeah, we started our own studio. Basically, Teen Games, the second one we have. Before we had Neon Studios, which we sold to a publisher. And then things went wrong, unfortunately, so we had to start again. But here we are. So we mainly focused on console games. We started Keen and worked on a lot of work for hire projects. So we did games based on existing IP. So that's also a reason why we, as a developer, are like not the main thing to feature in those kind of projects. So we work with Ubisoft, Disney, Konami on various kinds of projects and lots of different genres as well. But the last game we did before Shrouded, it's called Portal Knights, and that was already in a similar space. It's also having sandbox elements and things like this. So something like a combination of Minecraft and then Zelda-ish elements, but mainly aimed at kids. And so now I'm responsible for creative direction for this game, which basically we try to take the learnings we had from Portal Knights and try to make a better game, hopefully. So far, it looked like we found an audience for that, which is great. I'm mainly responsible for the design side of things, but there's obviously a full team of other people involved in the design of the project, and all the different areas of development. So I'm doing this for quite a while, but fortunately we went back to creating original IP now with Enshrouded, for example.
Yeah, right.
Speaking of creative IP with Enshrouded, what was the first kernel of an idea? Like, how did it all start? Was it from the start you guys were like, let's just make a massive game with all this stuff? Or was there one thing you wanted to do really well? What was it?
Yeah, to be honest, the idea for the world came a bit earlier. So we thought about more like an action adventure game, but that was a while ago. And back then, we didn't feel we were capable of doing it. So we actually didn't even put it to any publishers out there. As that was the typical model, we went out and had ideas, and then they came back like, oh, how about this IP? Could we work together?
Right.
And so this sat around for a while, and then we did Portal Knights and some other projects. But Portal Knights was the most recent one, which was quite successful. We don't own the IP for that one. That's owned by 505, but we still created the game, and that found a good success and already had the combination of several of these elements that we felt very good match, and we definitely wanted to specialize more as a studio on a certain genre. And what we really enjoyed about Portal Knights was this somewhat mix of different genres already, because it has some action elements, it's sandboxy, and you can build and be creative. And also great was that we had a much more direct connection to a community, like working on the game together beyond release. Like we also went for early access, and then kept going from there and seeing what people liked about the game, what not.
Hey, Shantak
Try
oversold.
to shape it into a much better game, hopefully. So we thought
I need
we
Vertigo,
should
Killer
make a game
Hunt,
that works much better
Zifactinus,
on that platform,
and Agama.
and also it's more a game we personally would enjoy. Like there was also a thing in the past, we did a lot of work for hire, and it was always this talk about we're not the audience, we're making a game for someone else for the specific IP or something, and it always feels weird. And so this time we felt more like we should create our own IP that we own and can make decisions on in the future. We're closer together with the community and actually make a game for ourselves. And I think that hopefully worked quite well so far.
Tell me, what do you think it is about, like, survival games? Your game has blown up, but you're certainly not the first survival game to have blown up. And it's almost like at this point, if you can put a good survival game into the market, it's got a very good chance of blowing up, right? So what do you think it is about? What is it about the survival genre you think that holds so much appeal? Because it just seems to be a kind of gravity-defying genre very often.
It is, and I mean I think the one thing, and that was also a bit of a critical point in your review, which I think is a fair point, is that it's one of these, like, the genre itself is more focused on the possibilities you give to the player, like this broad array of things to do, and giving the player much more agency. Like, I mean, also that's the core thing that appeals to me personally. That it's really about going out on adventures, basically. Like, you're in charge. You have this bigger playing field. It depends on the type of game. I mean, it's a Fortnite, it was small islands. But there was also one point we wanted to address with Uncharted, to not have this very little base approach. You really have a lot of possibilities, and you can do a lot of stuff, and you can do it alone. But it's even better if you bring your friends, and that really have the sense on, living adventures with friends. And it's not just you play through a level or something like you do in other games, and it's fine. I mean, it's also exciting and cool to play Uncharted or something and have a blast. But you become more of a part of the world in itself. Like, as you combine all these elements, like you can build, you can explore, you can fight these kind of things. I think survival. The key thing about survival games is not being harsh to the player. I think that's also some appeal to some people. And I think the Soul series has made this more popular again in action games, for example, which is not specifically a survival game, I would say, but it appeals to being harsh and overcoming obstacles in a tough way. But I think it's really the openness, the combination of several genres, like melding it together in an interesting way. And there was also a bit of a tough one, also even internally at our studio, to communicate where we want to go, because typically, especially if you talk to publishers, it's like, what is the key feature? What is the thing you do best? And if we put everything on and not just spread out too far. Even if you look at Valheim, we have a game where you can do a lot. I mean, there's Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's also a Viking-themed game. It's open world, has much bigger production values, more polished combat or whatever. But still, it's
Vertigo.
It has a huge popularity because of the sense of adventure and freedom, like going out in a boat together with your friends, and someone falls off,
Kill around, Agama,
and everything, and it's just
that's it.
It just feels very different than a streamlined AAA approach to some people at least. And that's also a good thing for us. I mean, we're a smaller studio. We can't compete with an Elden Ring or something, so we're well aware that our combat isn't as sophisticated. We don't have hundreds of bosses and everything else. We want to enhance that and want to work on this, but I think as the combination looks like, it also clicks with a lot of people out there of things, creates a different, like fulfills a different need for people that they miss in other games that are really more streamlined, more focused on specific mechanics being more polished.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's interesting because as I've watched the survival genre evolve over time, I've seen it shave away more and more of the laboriousness associated with the genre. Like survival games can be super grindy and super painful and very harsh in terms of their like overall frameworks. I think Enshrouded is much more forgiving, right? And so how are you sort of like dialing in that element of it as you were designing it?
Yeah, so that's definitely a tricky thing, and I think it's still a moving target as we will adjust balancing and things, and see what the community has to say about it. And obviously, it's also hard to make a game that is appealing to a broader audience in general. Like if you don't aim specifically at a very hardcore survival audience, and I think there's nothing wrong doing this. I think, for example, Icarus is more of a classical survival thing, for example, and it's great. But obviously, other people might be drawn away because it feels too tedious or punishment or things like this. And I think that's the reason why survival was, a stronger niche or perceived as that for a longer time, which I think is good, as I said, for a smaller developer as us. Because, competing, whatever, in the first-person shooter space and being competitive there is basically a no-no for a small studio. There's not a big chance you can break into that. But survival is surprisingly popular at the same time, as it is still not very AAA yet, at least. I mean, I know that
totally.
Publishers looking at this. I mean, Blizzard canceled their survival game, which was quite a surprise to us as well. But I mean, they were definitely taking a shot at it, I guess, to streamline the survival genre. And I think in your video you also described it as an action adventure first and a survival game second, which might be right looking at it from how it's balanced right now. But at least our aim was to be a survival game first and an action adventure second, because yeah, we have the feeling we can't really compete with Zelda Breath of the Wild or an Elden Ring or things like this, which are super polished, high production value, big team productions. And it's really hard for a smaller team to directly compete with any of that. Like, we don't want to be the next Witcher or something. It's also a reason why we have lore in the world, but we explicitly said it should be a post-apocalyptic world, also for the reason that we can't afford to make towns full of people giving you quests and talking to you and having cutscenes and everything else. For a survival game to work in the first place, you need quite a lot of elements to work together, and each one of them needs to be at least good enough to satisfy that audience. And yeah, we have something like the combination itself needs to have character in its own, I think. And I think the building part of our game is probably also something we think is superior to other games.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Also, people miss like the building puzzle effect from Valheim, for example, which we deliberately decided not to implement, as we wanted to be more creative on that front, like allow people to build floating castles and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, right. And so, I mean, obviously, in our conversations, you have listed a whole bunch of games that you've looked at different points. But like, what were and I think as well, like, everyone's like, it's Elden Ring plus Zelda plus Valheim. It's like that's the talking point, right? Are there any other games that we've maybe missed in this conversation that you looked at as a really central point of inspiration for this?
I mean, we obviously looked at a lot of games in that space. I mean, I always had a strong love for Zelda, like from early on, like not just Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was, I was skeptical at first, but playing it was just really excellent. The sense of openness and sense of exploration was, I think, quite inspirational. I mean, we looked at a lot of games with combat, and a lot of people drop parallels to the Soul series and stuff, and we also obviously looked at that. We have some fans of the series, obviously, in house.
Agama,
combat is
nice.
more leaning towards Breath of the Wild as well on the lightness.
So now just Killer Hound.
But we also understand that it's not as tight, or we're still working on aspects. Also because it's multiplayer, so there's more trickiness involved in terms of getting parries to be more tight and stuff like this. We try to refine things as well. But there was a strong inspiration. I mean, we looked at a lot of games like Sekiro and others, and saw what kind of elements made them interesting. Monster Hunter and other things. But I wouldn't say we are this game specifically as the template for X. It's always a bit of a lot of people on the team have strong feelings for a certain game or genre, and we will always discuss what makes sense for our game, basically, to see what elements we want to include or which ones we can leave away. I mean, we obviously had a lot of discussions as well. What do we need or what do we leave away? I mean, we still have a lot, and we can argue if it's too much or not. But I think, really for me, it's really the combination of things, less than the individual single part that needs to be the best in its class, or it's really hard to achieve all of that. Which doesn't say, I mean, we also are quite aspirational in terms of the quality we still want to reach in basically lots of aspects, also to the visual. The visual, and there's a lot of room for improvements on a lot of fronts. Still.
Well, now with the game being in early access and people playing it, we'll get to the sales numbers and stuff like that. But just first, with people playing it, has anything specifically really surprised you with what players are doing?
Oh, well, I mean, there's lots of crazy stuff people were doing. I mean, I was expecting people building nice things with the building system, and I was curious because we also had a lot of discussions before we launched, like how easy it is for people to get into it, because it is complex. I mean, we have this voxel thing going on. You can also use props and there's this blueprint stuff to make walkthroughs not as tedious as in Portal Knights or in Minecraft, putting everything block by block, which just puts some people off and they just don't start building at all. Like finding the right balance, but at the same time, yeah, we already have people who really dig into that and yeah, find combinations of walkthroughs and tiny details, results we didn't expect. I just found some guy who built a nice mansion, which is just lovely made with every tiny detail inside. And so we definitely have to make some kind of a showcase, some cool stuff people are making. So that's definitely something I was hoping for, but was still surprised. And it's just getting started. Obviously, there's crazy glitches, like people jumping on beds and then flying up to the sky and stuff like this. You also sometimes see in other games where we have funny glitches in there. We're trying to patch a good bunch of those. We just, I think today released.
Don't patch out the bad jumping, though, man. Leave that in. Come on now.
I fear it's done for today. But yeah, some videos will be out there forever, I guess.
Yeah.
I think overall we are quite happy how smooth it went. I mean, yeah, we're 7 hot fixes and 1 patch in, so there obviously was stuff we needed to fix. But yeah, we're already working on the first content update, and hopefully this won't take too long, because there was also a thing people are always anxious about, is the game dead or something.
Sure.
Updates don't come fast enough. And yeah, I mean, obviously there are other projects coming out and it's great for the genre itself, but yeah, we need to see that we keep momentum to keep people engaged, or at least remember that we exist when we put out first updates, so they actually want to come back. As typically I play games like this, it's you play it for a while, then you consume the content that is there, and then basically you wait for another update coming in, and then you return to the game if it was any good.
Yeah.
It's still early access anyway. I mean, I hope people can have a good time, like for relevant amount of hours. Certainly depending on your playstyle, but yeah, there's still a good bunch of space on the map we want to fill with new content as well.
For sure. So in terms of how large this went, this hit a max concurrent player count of 160,000 people on Steam. And I think you guys announced that you've already sold over 1 million units.
Yeah, I think it's already a good bunch, over 1.5 million units.
1.5 million units now. Incredible, yeah.
So that's definitely much better than we would have expected, or would have, bet on. I think after the demo and before the demo, we were also quite nervous about how it's going to be perceived, especially as we were still obviously head on into development and a lot of stuff wasn't finished yet. And but yeah, the demo was a blast already to watch. Like watching people actually play the game and not having fun with friends was great.
Yeah.
So yeah, having that kind of success was obviously awesome, as it gives us much more resources to put into the game. Obviously, I mean, we nevertheless wanted to go for early access from the beginning, and we definitely planned on continuing development after launch, no matter what. Even if it would go so well, we were determined to make it work if it didn't or something. But yeah, having such a success was definitely beyond our expectations, and that certainly gives us a lot of at least financial backing to really support the game in meaningful ways, I think.
So just, I think, 2 weeks before your game launched, another survival game came out, rather surprisingly. That game was Power World. When you were watching that game go as large as it was, were you like, hey, that's great for the survival genre, more interest in the genre? Or were you like, oh shit, they're totally stealing all our thunder, everyone's going to be sick of survival games by the time we roll around? Or were you neither of those things?
I think we were both, to be honest. I mean, it's obviously being so close was certainly frightening to some extent. And then some people asked, should we move our release date? Does it make sense to launch a week after Power World now? I mean, we didn't see that coming. Obviously, we knew that the project existed, but I'm not sure how early they announced their actual release date. I think it came quite as a surprise that it launched.
Yeah.
And that it would take off as strongly also wouldn't have been something I would have imagined. I mean, definitely seems to be a great game. I still
Finally.
didn't have a chance to play it yet, but that's certainly on my list. And yeah,
Killer Hunt.
it's so far as
Done.
I've learned, it's not just this novelty mix of having Pokemon in the survival genre, but actually seems to be a compelling game. I mean, they did another game that was also already quite successful. This was Croptopia. So I'm very interested to see what they did there. But yeah, it's obviously
16 to
like,
19.
maybe it even helped us. I don't know. I mean, it certainly didn't help us in terms of the attention on the press side of things, because obviously it blew up that extremely, like compared to any other game launching recently, that it certainly sucked out a lot of the air out there in terms of attention. But on the other hand, it introduced probably a bunch of people to the genre.
Yeah.
And even if it didn't help us maybe instantly, or could even have, I think it introduced more people to the survival genre, that this can be fun from a gameplay mechanic and the stuff you can do. So I hope it strengthens the genre itself and will hopefully also help us in that respect. I mean, we were also in talks with the guys doing Nightingale. It's also launching pretty close.
Cool.
And I'm personally also looking forward to playing that one. I also didn't have a chance yet. But it looks cool. And I mean, the more the merrier, I think. I don't see it as a problem that there's another game launching. Obviously, if it's super close, it can be damaging to you if you have a subpar game or something. But I think we were different enough that it didn't hurt us. I mean, to be honest, yeah, no one here at our end expected us to be that successful. Especially in that big shadow of Bioware. But even without that, nobody would have expected it. So we can't complain about anything. Yeah, so it's good that it's opening up to more people and that it gets a little more accessible. There was also an aim that you can play the game without the strong need to play at the wiki at the same time, for example, playing the game. So we try to hopefully get the UI right, that people can understand what's going on and how you craft stuff and things, and getting a bit of a push in terms of what you can actually do in the world. It's not just you're thrown in there and you have no clue what's going on at all, which can also be super attractive. But, yeah, so I think overall it's great that there are more games. Same for V Rising, which also had just a different take on the survival genre and was super polished and really cool game from my perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you have seen?
Oh, sorry, Jake.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to go ahead?
Well, just connected to that, because you just listed a whole bunch of survival games that, you know, were all ultimately indie titles. Why do you think it is that the AAA space has not been able to do this? Because obviously we had Blizzard, and they just cancelled their thing after 6 years of work.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, you've got this massive genre that blows up all the time that people love, but it's exclusively indie at this point. Why do you think it is AAA developers haven't been willing to tackle this yet?
Yeah, I think it might be part of, I mean, maybe it's not as big as whatever first-person shooters and stuff like this. So there's certainly probably still a good gap there. I think it's really, there wasn't a Palworld before.
Sure.
But maybe it rises. But I think it might also be connected to the fact that survival games are this genre mix. And in the very past, if someone said genre mix, people moved out, as it feels like a weird amalgamation of genres that maybe don't fit that well together, or you have to spread your resources too thin. I mean, that's obviously a valid concern. So the AAA typically aims for going super polished. I mean, that at least should be the aim. That's certainly also a good aim to go for, because people have this special interest of whatever super polished sports game or racing game or whatever it is, and really focusing on that aspect and doing it perfectly well. And survival, I mean, survival isn't a single formula. There are a lot of different games out there, except for the beginning theme of actually surviving and dying a lot and caring about food and stuff. But look at Valheim, they also toned some aspects down, and it actually made it more popular, as it seems, at that point. And for sure, there's the concern if you go too far, and maybe we went a bit too far on that end. That you can shave off too many edges, and then you're an action adventure in the end with some survival elements, which are getting more popular. I mean, some open world games clearly embrace crafting and other things now. And a lot of games have that. suddenly, which wasn't the case all the time, I think. And so, yeah, going broader in terms of features and having this slightly quirky mix certainly wasn't something that bigger publishers were used to producing in a meaningful way. But I could imagine that it's probably a matter of time before this happens. So Blizzard announced their one. Yeah, I mean, we were always nervous about, especially after the success of Valheim, which I think was great to see, and we were quite happy to see it being successful because we were going in a similar direction, not the same, obviously, but probably the most comparable game, I would say, in terms of this survival, a bit lighter on several aspects, and more of a embracing. I think they also mentioned being inspired by Zelda or something, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, they did.
So I think it was great to see that there is an audience out there and being more co-op, less PvP focused, which is also a thing like Ark or Conan, a lot of other games. At least have both, and a lot of them lean more into the PvP side as well. And having a small server size, I mean, we have 16 players, they aim for 10, was also something I wasn't so sure. In Portal Knights, we supported dedicated servers a bit late, and we only had 4 players, which was obviously very small for a dedicated server. So it really didn't take off at that end. People played multiplayer, like peer-to-peer, but still it was the minority of players. So it was important for us to have more, but we also weren't sure, is that enough to be competitive with a lot of other games who allowed for much bigger numbers and having different groups competing with each other, and these kind of dynamics that obviously help with the longevity of a project and making it also sticky. But fortunately, it worked pretty well for Valheim, so still also for us. So it's cool that worked. So yeah,
cool. So we've seen games launch in early access and get success in headlines and stuff, but I don't make games, so I don't really know, like, what are you guys doing right now? What's the mindset like? Like, are you guys just heads down, not even looking up, still working? Has the plan changed? Like, what happens?
So I mean, we tried to not have a perfect plan for launch because we knew things would be like dominated by fixes in the first place. Not that we knew the game was buggy or anything. We had quite a good feeling with the demo, which worked for a lot of people. We knew that performance was an issue back then, but we at least addressed that and are still working on further improvements. So the key thing for us was making sure once we have a larger number of players that beta or demo, that the game works well. And secondly, we had some plans for content expansion, but we explicitly said that was also a reason why we didn't release a roadmap. There was also a big debate about that internally. Should we have a year-long roadmap together with the launch? And I was one of the guys pushing back on that because, my expectation is there will be lots of feedback. There will be stuff in there that overlaps well, but there's also probably a lot we just weren't aware of, or not aware enough. And
that's better.
Yeah, both is true. I mean, what we did launch was a platform to make suggestions that people can also then vote on. So we can have a central place or a more centralized place to figure out what people actually want. I mean,
hey, Chocobo Eater.
I sifted through Steam reviews and watching forums and everything else, but it was a bit of a manual labor to get this analyzed in some meaningful way. So this certainly helps. And there are things in that we didn't expect. Like one example, and I think that's the top voted thing, was that people definitely wanted to have their own personal progress and not just group progress, which is understandable. I mean, from the design perspective there, it was like we wanted to make a game that you play together as a group and progress as a group. So if someone finds an NPC that helps you with crafting, everyone should have the benefit of the recipes coming along with this and the new capabilities. But I also understand that people think they missed out on the quest going there and being part of this. So we're definitely working on a solution for that without changing the game on that aspect. I think it's still a valid thing that people want to play a little more asynchronous if necessary. At least it's also where I typically play in those groups because I typically have less time, and then it's fine that people do something in the meantime without me, and the game progresses to some extent. But yeah, that's one thing that was much bigger than anticipated. Certainly something we should address. There's other aspects like, for example, weather that is still absent in the game, which is also a typical survival thing. Right now, it's always sunny above the fog, basically above the clouds. But yeah, that would certainly enhance the atmosphere and also the gameplay experience to shake up your journey if the weather changes. That affects your gameplay as well to some degree. So probably not coming directly as next update, but those things are definitely on our radar as well. And there's a long list. I think there are over 700 suggestions already being voted on with thousands of votes. So definitely a long roadmap of things we need to at least evaluate. I mean, it's not that we say, yeah, just put everything in on that list from top to bottom. But yeah, we will definitely consider everything and look at every suggestion and see if it makes sense or how we would implement it in the game if possible, or yeah, if we need to modify the idea to some extent or ask for further clarification with what people really want. So it's really the aim to work together with the community during early access to polish the thing. I think it worked exceptionally well for Baldur's Gate, as it seems. I still have played that one as well, which is really a shame, as I'm really curious about that as a Dungeons & Dragons fanboy. But yeah, that was really strange for me when it came out into early access, as I thought a story-driven game, why would that be early access? Why would I play that in early access? Because I don't want to spoil my experience for that, but I was also curious.
Nice.
Didn't jump in back then. But it seemed to be working exceptionally well for them, like after like 3 years even early access, which is crazy long for a game based on this IP. It probably there was a bit of push from the publishing side and stuff, but it definitely paid off big time, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's all I got, Jake. I'm not sure if there's anything else you wanted to ask.
I mean, I guess talking about early access, how long do you expect the early access period to roughly last?
It's a good question. We don't have a fixed date for that. I think originally we planned to have early access run for maybe around a year, depending on what topics come up, and that certainly will affect the schedule. So we didn't have a fixed date for that. We definitely want to do console versions of the game at some point, but yeah, didn't want to go too broad because every update gets more complicated once you move to several platforms. And yeah, so it also worked well for Borderlands. Some games stay in early access forever. That's not our expectation. Like 7 Days to Die, I think, is still an alpha even. I'm not sure, but I mean, it's still doing fine. I mean, people still play it and have fun. So it's more of a label thing, I guess, in some cases. But yeah, we don't want to stay there forever. But I think for sure we
I
can
just
play
need
time,
White
say,
Fang.
but I think a lot of people are also holding back because games are labeled early access. Just yeah, it feels unfinished. There is a bit of a blank space on our map that we definitely want to fill, and we have plans for that. But especially on the side of polishing features and balancing, yeah, we have to see how that looks like, given the amount of suggestions we already have.
Cool, awesome. Well, Anthony, we want to really thank you for being here today. As I said, we know you're extremely busy, got a lot going on. But also just say again, congratulations. You know, you guys have achieved something really amazing, not just in terms of the sales results, but just, you know, having played the game myself, just the amalgamation of genres, it's very ambitious, you know, and it's crazy what you guys were able to pull off as a first pass. And I'm certainly really excited to see where you guys take it. I know a lot of other people are as well. So yeah, big congrats to that, and a huge thank you for joining us today. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, thanks for the support from all the players and also from you guys, like covering us in some ways. And yeah, so we'll continue working hard. I can promise we still do. Not take money and run or something. Yeah, we'll speak to you guys soon. I mean, yeah, there are some examples of that as well.
Of course.
Let's
definitely.
not dive into that.
All right, mate. Well, thank you again, and all the best.
Thanks. Yeah, you too. See you.
Bye.
And we're back with another user questions. This one is from Graham Gilmore. Hey FPS, is there a game that you didn't play or you bounced off of because of a highly specific reason? Mine would be Persona 5 Royal. I get weirdly stressed out in bigger urban cities, since they did such a good job of making you feel like you're moving around a big city, even though it's not a massive open world. Just got to be too much for me to keep playing. Thanks. That is a very specific reason, and I kind of love it, and I totally get it. It's a specific reason I stopped playing something.
Most of the time, it's just because I'm bad at it. Whatever it is. It's like, I'm like, I suck. This sucks. I'm out.
Motion sickness is a big one for me. That is, I mean...
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's very rough. I think I've only ever experienced that in like Scorn. Remember Scorn?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
with like a really narrow field of view, including really narrow tunnels. I never get motion sickness, but I got it there and I'm like, oh man, this is bad.
And infamously, that was the only thing bad about Scorn.
I like Scorn, damn it. A lot of people hated it, but I thought it was
okay.
good.
Yeah.
It was a good video game.
I think GameSpot gave it a 4.
I don't know. I don't agree with that score.
I didn't play beyond the demo actually, but
sure. For me personally, I can't think of anything that made like really specific. Where usually when I stop playing something, it's because a whole bunch of stuff is just not working for me, or more likely it's just because it doesn't grab my attention. I mean, I think the bigger one is just I think I struggle with like JRPGs, for example. Because I find JRPGs I want to love. I really do. But I find a lot of the time the way the dialogue is written, I just can't get past it because it's written in this kind of like very teenage voice.
Earnest.
Not even earnest.
Some of it, depending on the game, can be so earnest and you're like, I have to be tapped into this saccharine idealized world. Otherwise, I would completely turn me off.
If it was all written like Ernest, like Jim Varney Ernest, like Ernest goes to school, then I'm in, dude.
For me personally, it's just look. I'm not saying this of all JRPGs, of course, because some of them are brilliantly written, of course. But like, I just find a lot of them that I boot up, the tone of the writing doesn't click with me, and because they're quite drawn out as well. Like if you were to have this style of writing and it's over and done in like 15 to 20 hours, I'd be like, okay. But then if it's like, if you want to give me like an 80+ hour experience with this very sort of, a lot of the writing can sound quite vacant or facile. And I'm just like, nah, man, you have to make this sound more interesting. So I think that's probably one thing that I struggle with quite a bit, actually. I would say it's not a small thing, but it's kind of a big thing. Writing tone in JRPGs, and they definitely pushed me off them in the past.
The only specific thing I can think of, because it is like, right, it's something for a highly specific reason. For me, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but a game that on the surface looks nice, maybe like a relaxing or fun or cute game that actually is like brutally difficult. A lot of times I just go, oh, well, no, I don't want that. So I just skip it. I can't think of an example right now off the top of my head, but that is a thing.
Like Neo, did you play Neo or Wolong?
Yeah.
Bounced off of Wolong at a boss
fight. You did
fight.
play those, okay, sure. Yeah. No, I hear you. That makes sense.
Well, thank you for your question.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
That was a tough question.
You stumped the gang.
Damn.
You did.
Well, next up, we've got what we have been playing, other than Suicide Squad, which I think we all put down. It's Steam Next Fest. So, hooray! I actually haven't been playing anything since Steam Next Fest started properly. A few demos went live over the weekend. So I played Harold Halibut, Tales of Kenzera, Zao, and Children of the Sun. Those demos that were all up over the weekend.
I played Children of the Sun. What do you think?
Oh, it's got me.
It's good shit,
It's good shit. So,
good shit. Children
of the Sun, the elevator pitch is you have a sniper rifle, you shoot the bullet, you control the bullet. I mean, there will be a lot of comparisons to Super Hot. You control the bullet, and as soon as you hit someone, then you can change the direction of it. And basically what you have to do is scout out the area, see all the cultists, and take them out in one shot. And it scratches the puzzle-solving part of my brain. The art style is fucked up in a really gritty way that I really enjoy.
Now, how
it's
are
got
you taking them out?
leaderboards.
How are you? Is it like, are you ricocheting off stuff? Are you doing like tricks? Is it like a puzzle that you're figuring it out?
It's literally just like, imagine you're the person with the gun and you're kind of positioning yourself at the start, like, because you can see the targets in front of you, and then you okay, I'm going to shoot from here, and that gives you certain lines of sight. So the first shot goes, and you can't control the bullet while it's in flight, so it goes and it's going to hit a target.
A bit later on.
Okay, right. Maybe I didn't get that far. Right, fair enough.
But, but it's not like fully thing. You can just basically kind of nudge
bend it a little bit,
like want it a little.
You curve the bullet.
You can curve the bullet.
So yeah, basically, and then so when it hits a target, then it basically becomes a pause, and you can kind of just move it around like this, and you choose its next angle, and then off it goes, and then again. So basically, the aim is to hit every target, because if you miss any target along the way, it's a fail, and you need to start again, right? It's that kind of puzzles. So it's essentially a puzzle solving game, but it's a very actiony and cool feeling puzzle game.
It's really cool. There's a certain level in the demo where there is no lines of sight to get every single one, because you basically look down the barrel of the gun, you mark every cult member. There is no way of getting it directly, and I was struggling on it, and then I realized the name of the level was something like Eyes in the Sky. So I looked up, and there are birds, and I just thought,
that's cool. That's sick.
Can I shoot the bird? So I shoot the bird, and then I have a perfect line of sight to get the other people that I missed. Cool. And it was really cool.
Cool.
And then because I'd done that, it gave me some kind of bonus score thing for I guess, doing this bonus objective. And I thought, that's really cool. So that's going to change how I look at every single level now. But there's leaderboards too. And so it's very much, if I just do that again, go again.
Yeah.
It's a great demo. It's a lot of fun. So I've been playing that one.
What about Harold Halibut?
I was a little disappointed with it. I don't think it was the best showing of it, because the basic premise of the story is that a couple hundred years ago, from the point of where the game takes place, the Earth is basically ripping itself apart. Gee, wonder what that's like. The richest people in the world finance off-world exploration. The ship travels for a couple hundred years and eventually finds essentially a golden world, but they can't go there, so they have to be under the water. And the start of the game is kind of talking a little bit about, you play as Harold Halibut, and he's kind of like this guy, this everyday guy. He lives there, right? He works there. And you're kind of...
Is he a fish?
He's not. He's a guy. He's a real guy.
Oh, okay. Wow. I had a different game in my mind.
I also thought he was going to be a fish. But and it's him, and he's kind of like this repair guy. He's a lab assistant, actually, but, you kind of doing few menial tasks and whatever. And I think at the beginning, because it's so much world building, the writing is very much expository, but not in a way that feels natural. And so it's less, how did we get here, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I will tell you everything in this way that you act like you don't know, Harold, even though you have lived here your entire life. And I think that was a bit difficult for me to get to grasps with. It's also this beautiful sort of claymation art style. It looks like something that Leica or someone would make. And so I think there's a lot of cool stuff in there. I will say he moves very, very slowly too. And so as you're kind of going around the ship and you're walking, I was like, all right, my guy, one foot in front of the other. You can do this. But the story is very interesting to me. I'm interested to see where it goes. I had no idea what to expect from that game, I guess. And
it does look great. I mean, I'm a bit disappointed to hear that it's not like great across the board, but the visual style looks really fantastic. So it's getting a lot of attention as well. Like, that's one that I've heard a lot of people chatting about, just because it looks so striking. So
it looks very different. And the other game I played was Tales of Kenzara Zao, which is...
how is that?
It's great.
Okay, cool.
So this one was announced at the Game Awards. It's from Abubakar Salim, who was the voice of what's his name in Assassin's Creed Origins?
Bayek, the one that everyone loves.
Yes, and he is also going to be in House of the Dragon. Like, just
kind of a big deal.
He was in Raising Wolves, that HBO show as well.
Is that the Ridley Scott one?
The Ridley Scott one.
House of Wolves.
Raised by Wolves.
Oh, Raised by Wolves.
And so he like big actor, and then also just has a game studio too, which is awesome.
Interesting.
Game was great. I was kind of not worried, but obviously coming off the back of a game like Prince of Persia, where the movement is everything and it just feels so damn good to play it. And I think Tales of Kenzara does that. It felt really, really good to play. It felt very, very satisfying. You're a shaman and your father has died, and you basically bargain with this spirit. And if you complete these trials, then there's some kind of, oh yeah, we'll bring your Baba back to you. And so it's kind of this story about grief and Zhao talking about the fact that, like, you know, he's also like kind of cocky, and he's like, oh, I'll do these trials, no problem. But then every time he kind of comes up against things, there's like this really interesting dynamic. And I really enjoy the way that you split between two different combat styles. So one is like the Mask of the Sun, and one is the Moon. The Moon has these, what do you call it, ranged attacks that are on a recharge, and the Sun is kind of like these fiery attacks. I don't know, it just felt really good. My one criticism of it is that I feel like the camera is a little too zoomed out. And the world that they've created is really beautiful. And also, I think the character, it makes him just like a touch too small. And so that's a weird thing, because also I was playing on my TV, and I was like, I'd love to be in there a bit more, you know?
Sure.
But otherwise,
structurally,
I think,
is it like a Metroidvania?
kind of. That's the thing, because the demo was only an hour. I didn't get to a point where it felt like, oh, a whole world had opened up, and there were a few different pathways, and I had to unlock certain abilities to be able to kind of get back. So Metroidvania, I guess, in a way, but I don't know the scale or the scope of it. Did see a Boo tweet today that it's like 8 to 10 hours all in, which I think is a nice length for it. But yeah, I literally got to a point where it was like, here, and you go to this next big bit. Thank you for playing. And so I was interested in this one before. I didn't know how it was going to really be my bag, but I'm really glad I played the demo. I really enjoyed it.
Cool.
And then there's a bunch of other shit coming out on Steam next fest, so I'm downloading everything.
Yeah. I'm about to do that, like right after we finish this, actually, because I did Suicide Squad. So in terms of what I've been playing this week, all I played was Suicide Squad. What did I play before that, actually? Because it's been a fortnight, right? And then I remember now. I played Enshrouded, but we spoke about that already, and we did the interview with Anthony. But yeah, after that, it was Suicide Squad. Took that to death as well, and I'm kind of just had a bit of a break getting ready for Next Fest, waiting for it to start. Today, I'm going to download some stuff. I'm really excited.
Okay, back.
And because we're going to do a video on the channel as well, profiling the best stuff that we're playing. Actually, we're all doing we're doing it together. So because there's actually 4 of us now on the Shill Up squad.
Yeah.
There's myself and there's Austin, who you guys see, but there's also Stu, who edits the videos, and there's also Edmund, who's joined to help with the news side of things. So we're all going to be teaming up to kind of divide and conquer Next Fest and playing a bunch of stuff, and then combining all of our opinions on the best stuff we've played into one single video.
That's fun.
Which I'm really excited about, because Next Fest is hard to cover on your own. There's too much good shit. So being able to cover it up like that's been awesome, and they've already found some fantastic things. So
Jake Decker hit me up earlier. So Jake used to edit the show, and he said there's a demo called Indica, which and he said he sent it with
it's super fucked up.
He sent it to me, and he said my Catholic school guilt compels me to share it with you.
Yes,
and he says there's a button that lets you do the sign of the cross, and I was like, as someone who also went to Catholic school, I'm gonna download that one.
It's literally it looks like a survival horror, but with nuns. That's essentially
it's first person, right?
It's like no, it's third person. Okay. I think is it? I think it's third person. But it's like if Kojima crossed with nuns, crossed with survival horror,
oh my God.
and it's fucking weird. And just I've only seen the trailer, but I'm like, this looks super cool. So yeah, that's definitely on my list. Absolutely.
Lost Words also got a sequel, which I didn't realize.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So it's that game where you send the nice notes to each other. There's Lost Words 2. It's called like Lo-Fi or something.
Story of a strong woman.
Sorry.
Sent on an important mission.
I forgot myself for a moment. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
During which she will discover her life's true purpose.
Did we climb all the way here just for this?
Her name is...
You. The cloistress is here!
None is fine.
Indica. The story of a nun, told as a racing game?
No.
A loot-based RPG?
No.
A city builder?
No.
What the fuck?
Arcade game?
Not.
A walking sim?
No.
A survival horror?
Not.
As a comedy?
No.
Or a tragedy?
No.
No, none of that. Indica. A subversive, self-endeavorous, multi-meta-layered, non-perspective, conscious-driven action answer seeker out now.
What the fuck? Interesting. Interesting.
So I'm gonna download that one. Yeah, there's a ton of cool stuff, and also before I forget, so I used to work with Ed when he was at GameSpot. The man used to have a show called Steampunks where he would just find hidden gems on Steam, and so I am so excited for his Steam Next Fest picks because it's got pedigree.
I didn't even know that. That's great.
So that's me.
So that's me, really. That's all I've been up to.
Jake, what you been playing?
Yeah, I've been pretty same boat, just like, Suicide Squad. But I did play a couple of minutes of something my friend introduced me to. He threw my Steam Deck at me. Mortal Sin. It's on Steam. This is a first-person dungeon crawler with very chunky stats-based combat, and you're going through like procedural areas. And it's got a really cool visual style. It almost seems like something the New Blood guys would make. It's got a very dusk, lo-fi type thing. And it's like you're getting randomized loot and you're doing runs, and it's just kind of cool because it's like a little chunky.
That looks sick.
And it's interesting how you can expand on your character. So it's like you can have a sword and a shield, and it's very much like swing your sword, bash your shield, kick button, kind of like an old PC kind of combat thing. But then like if you get like a special set of boots, your kick can then shoot fireballs. So it kind of like tries to make loot a little more interesting in some cool ways. And then that coupled with like the weird trippy visual style, I was really into it. I had only done a couple of runs, so I can't speak too much of it yet, but I just wanted to throw it out there, put it on your radar. Ralph, I think you might be into it.
White Fang.
Yeah, it looks sick.
Yeah. The only other thing I did play is I fired up Arkham City. I went like
Hell
into
yeah.
Arkham City after Suicide Squad. And
I really wanted to do that.
I still think Arkham City is my favorite.
It's the best one. You are correct. It is the best one.
It's interesting.
But that's not a minority view.
It's
I think
not?
most people agree with that.
A lot of people say that Asylum is the best, and I went back and replayed them all like a couple years ago, and I was like, Asylum's boss fights do not hold up. Like they are very 2009, and the jump between that and NSA, I would say.
Yeah, City is really something else. Like it's so confident in its presentation, like right from the start. Like it knows it's cool. It knows it gets Batman. It knows it's gonna give you the goods. It's very, and I felt that at the time too. It's very like brutish. It's very just like yeah, fuck yeah. Like it just shows everything. It does everything. Every character just beats the shit out of each other. But it still just feels really cool and unique even to this day. The intro is incredible. The variety is really surprising even now, just working your way through it, and how you're just like all of a sudden thrown into like, oh, now you're chasing down Joker and you're fighting his goons. Then all of a sudden you're dealing with Penguin, but there's like a frozen lake with a shark in it, and then Poison Ivy shows up. Like just the pacing of it and how consistently interesting it is makes it feel really good to play through again, and I'm cruising through it like even quicker than I expected, and it's making me happy.
Sick. I wish I had time for that. I would love to, because as I was playing Suicide Squad, I'm like, damn man, I wish I had like a free 20-ish hours, and I'd go and play a bit of Arkham, and then I'd switch over. Because my hot take as well is that Night is not as bad as everyone else says. Like that's my take. I'm like, I think in terms of, okay, it's got some problems, sure, but from a presentation factor, holy fucking shit. And like, just that city is just remarkable. Like it's incredible. And I still think that game got unfairly beaten up. So yeah, I mean, I just wish I had a bit of time not to play through the whole trilogy again, but I'd love to just dabble in each little entry for 5 or 6 hours. But February is not really permitting that, so maybe I'll go back and do it later this year.
Yeah, it's definitely
YLS 99.
I have 2 games I'm supposed to be playing for review right now. I just was like, I'm going to play Arkham City like an idiot. And then I complain, I'm like, I don't have time for anything.
Yeah, I'm so busy all the time.
It's the bat. Anyway. What have you guys been doing that isn't playing video games? We were talking about this actually a little behind the scenes. We were prepping to start recording. We were like, has anyone done anything that's not video games?
Not really, but I have been watching a lot of the Apple Vision Pro coverage. Have you guys been all over this or what?
I watched. I wouldn't say all over it. I watched the Casey Neistat video.
Sure,
I watched that one, and I've seen Gary Witter posted a video of it too, and I watched that, and I was like, "This looks like a cool thing I will never buy."
Yes, it is an extremely cool looking thing. If you're interested in coverage on it, I really recommend The Verge's review, which is fantastic.
Yes.
Just like a really top shelf. Like it's very rare to find a product review that good, but they really crush it. Marquez Brownlee, of course, as always.
These are great.
Okay, I didn't check that one.
The Waveform podcast. Highly recommend.
So he basically, did a bunch of videos on it, really breaking it down, but also the Casey Neistat video, because first of all, because it's been a long time since I watched a Casey video, and there was that time. But he still got it, man. There was that time where we were all watching Casey all the time, and he blew up, and it was like, damn, man, there's this little 10 minutes of joy he drops in your lap. Like, not everyone loves him, obviously, but I like him. And it's been a while since I've seen his stuff, and when he pops back up in the algorithm or whatever, I'm like, oh yeah, he's still making stuff. And every time it's so good, and he just brings a very unique perspective, a very wondrous perspective to this product. Because, like, for example, I've got a MetaQuest 3 headset right there. Can't see it now actually, but it's on my couch. And so a lot of what the Apple Vision Pro can do, the MetaQuest 3 headset already does. Not as well, admittedly, but it does, right? And I was kind of experiencing that wonder myself. And you guys remember when I was talking on the podcast, and I was like, this is crazy. Like, what the fuck, man? And I think now we're seeing a lot of other people have that kind of like spatial computing mixed reality awakening as they experience what this thing is. And for me, it's just been very interesting to watch that unfold and just to see this new category begin to blossom, because eventually we will all be wearing a little pair of glasses that do this. It's inescapable. It is going to happen. There's no question about it. It will not be a giant visor. It will be like a little set of spectacles like Lucy's wearing.
I was going to say, I'm wearing mine right now.
Exactly.
They help me see.
She's watching YouTube videos right now while we're on this podcast. So it's going to happen, and it's just really interesting to see one of the first major salvos in that that new front. So yeah, recommend checking it out. Like, even if you're not that into tech, go and watch the Casey Neistat video, because it's just a great watch. The way he walks around New York City wearing this thing, and he's on the subway, stands on a subway step, like fucking, replying to a text message in thin air. It's funny. And like, he's standing in a donut shop, like eating it, and everyone else is kind of looking at him, and they think because he's wearing a visor that he can't see them watching him. But he can see them because it's a mixed reality thing. But they're all just standing there like, yo, what the fuck is that guy wearing?
I really like the guy on the subway who said something like, enjoy your adventure.
Yeah.
That's right. It was so adorable. It was so nice. So yeah, that's what I've been checking out this week.
Jake, what about you?
For my show and tell, I have a film called Past Lives. You may have seen it nominated for things like awards, like Oscars or whatever, Academy Awards. So I watched it, and it is great. I absolutely recommend it. It is so...
Is it Korean? It's Korean?
It is partially Korean. Yeah.
Partially Korean.
The characters, they're from Korea, but it's in New York. Set in New York,
right,
so,
okay.
A lot of subtitles. It is such a well-written thing. It is such a simple movie. There are like 3 characters, and I was hanging on to every single word that every person was saying in every moment, like glued to my chair. And it's simple human conversations. It's a relationship movie. I'm not going to say it's a romantic movie or a drama. It is just a relationship movie. And I was into it and really enjoying it. And then at the end, I just cried. Like, really, like, it, not like I'm one to like get emotional when I enjoy things, watch things, see a great story, feel that emotion. But it's very rare when something comes along that really gut punches you. And I think this movie did that really well. And I think if you're the type of person you like talking about writing and dialogue and character stuff, I think this is such a good case study for how you can do that in the whole movie, even the cinematography, everything, the way the movie is put together in such like a workmanlike fashion where it is just well constructed and good with no bullshit. And just incredible. It's called Past Lives. The actors in it are excellent. The 2 leads, they are out of this world. Yeah, it's slow. If you just watch Marvel movies, you're gonna hate it. But if you like talkies, then this is a talkie for you.
I watched it on a plane, and I absolutely bawled, crying.
Person next to you, like, are you okay?
It's wonderful. I think my favorite thing about it is that nothing feels wasted in that movie. Everything has such purpose. And it's such a very simple but beautifully told story, and I really want to see it. That and Poor Things, I really want to see kind of clean up with the Oscars a little bit. But
I didn't see Poor Things.
Poor Things is great, but I don't want to read any discourse about it. I enjoyed it so much. I was like, I just want to switch my brain off and just enjoy this movie.
Me talking about Star Wars.
Exactly. I'm just uninterested in hearing what other people want to say about it. But the movie that I watched, I went to see Six, the musical, which was really cool. I think I've consumed a lot of it because, it was really viral a lot on TikTok, and so I kind of knew most of the songs anyway. One thing that I want to say about it that was awesome, there was closed captioning.
What? On a stage presentation?
Yeah.
On a stage? Okay.
Off to the side, they had a screen that was just closed captioning the whole show, and I thought that was awesome.
It's quite common in opera.
It's common in Japan
really?
as well. You can get subtitles in Japan and stuff.
Yeah.
I've never experienced that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do an opera because obviously you're singing in
Mm.
another language most of the time, and so they just have the subtitles above.
I don't want to know what they want to. I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, that's right. You just want to feel it.
Yeah.
You know,
Wow,
if they
it's
can't make me
beautiful.
feel it, then they're not doing their job.
Yeah.
That's right. So yeah.
So I saw that, but I also saw the Mean Girls musical movie.
I'm so excited. Please tell me you don't understand how much I love Mean Girls. I'm not even being ironic right here.
Stop
I
trying to
love
make
Mean
fetch
Girls.
happen.
Tell me, is it good?
I had a really good time with it. I had a lot of
It's
fun with
not
it.
gonna happen.
It's very weird because you kind of have to. You can't divorce the original movie because obviously the script is very, very similar.
Okay.
They use all of the iconic lines. There are some.
It has the burn book and like all
It
that
has the
sort of
burn
stuff.
book,
Yeah.
but then
Okay.
there are some changes that just kind of feel weird. Like they don't sing Jingle Bell Rock, for example. I think
Okay.
make a song for the musical. A lot of people
Couldn't get the rights to Jingle Bells
probably.
for that one, so yeah.
A lot of characters obviously come back, like Tina Fey's character, other characters who I'm not going to say that are in there.
Okay.
I think in terms of the songs themselves, I feel really bad for Angari Rice because she's clearly not a singer. And it's not that what she's done is bad, but she's up against the girl who played Moana and Renee Rapp. And I think Renee Rapp played Regina on Broadway, and like she has a music career anyway. And so I don't think Angari Rice is a bad singer, but I think she's set up against two at least incredible singers.
Like Russell Crowe.
Like Russell Crowe.
Oh,
Yes, it's literally she got
That's
Les
it.
Mis.
That performance.
He did
No, but you
good.
know, whatever. I think we spoke about it in the past, and I think the comment section was like, actually, that's a certain style of musical singing. That's like it's called pub singing. I think they call it. I think that was what it was called. And they're like, it's a very respected style. I'm like, okay, fine. It's a respected, established style of musicals. It fucking sucks. Okay, Russell Crowe in that movie is bad. He is. I'm sorry, but like, no. Anyway. Okay, so wait,
Pierce
is
Brosnan
this
and
movie?
Mamma Mia.
Is this movie actually? Does it hold? Does it sort of honor the legacy?
Oh yeah.
Or it's tribute. It's not sort of like trying to reinvent it, like
No.
with some sort of okay, right?
It-
so
it- I
like
think-
what was that Selma show or whatever it was? Like remember that one that came out? Was it the Scooby Doo Selma
Velma
cartoon that
I
came?
didn't
Velma,
watch
sorry,
that.
Velma, sorry,
Selma.
Velma.
I thought you were talking about
I don't know.
Selma from the
It's been a
Simpsons.
long time since I watched Scooby Doo. Yeah, right. So it's not that kind of mean-spirited reimagining of the source material.
No, it
Okay.
completely honors the source material. I mean, Tina Fey wrote it as well. I think the biggest difference is the way that they have modernized, because obviously social media is
Social
so much more of a
media,
thing. So
sure.
they have like a TikTok. They have so you know how there's a scene in the movie where Regina they cut the boob out of the shirt and something, and so like instead of that, it's something where her makeup gets ruined and they turn it into a TikTok filter, or they'll use it on Instagram. So they've modernized it in really
It's
clever
actually
ways.
pretty funny,
Yeah.
to be honest.
And so
I like it.
I really liked it. I had a fun time. I'd also had half a bottle of wine before I went in, and I was with my two good
100%.
friends, and we were at the Alamo Draft House, so it's like a good vibes
Did
kind
you
of
get
place
the
to go see
popcorn,
movies.
the churro popcorn? It's so
No,
good.
I got the wings, which are pretty good.
Yeah.
And yeah, we had more wine. So I had a fun time. It was nice. That was my one non-video game thing from the last couple of
Cool.
It's at films per second.
Frames.
No, man, I was YouTube videos of
Yeah.
nerds walking around wearing visors on their face. So I mean, you know, you guys really brought up the stand at the end. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, we'll be back again in a couple weeks. Thank you so much for watching. If you've been leaving comments, rating the show on Spotify or iTunes, we really appreciate it.
It makes me feel better. Thank you.
It gives me the
Does.
warm feeling in my tummy.
It does.
Ralph, where can people find you?
Right here, baby. Right here, right now. All right.
Somebody listening on Spotify right now is like, wait, what?
Where? He's in the machine.
Skillups on Spotify?
Jake, what about you?
YouTube.com/Jake Baldino. And catch me on the Friday News Show and the Before You Buy videos on Game Ranks. And also on the Friends Per Second podcast. That's this.
Just in case that wasn't clear.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm on everything at Lucy James Games. You can find me at my day job at GameSpot and Giant Bomb. We're doing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure on Jeff's Bizarre Adventure. We're back. We did Cowboy Bebop, and now we're back to JoJo, which I'm very excited about.
Cool.
Jake, take us home.
Tie your shoes and go to bed.
Have you guys seen how down bad Twitter is today for Tifa?
Yeah, dude.
This is how we're gonna. I just woke up. I'm like, well, hello. Yeah,
this is it.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the thirst across Twitter today?
I need you to
Tifa?
not look at my screenshots on my PlayStation console because they are all of Tifa.
There's this scene where she's on the beach.
Oh, yes.
In her
Tifa bathing suit reveal.
and even Cloud is doing these ones. You can't see it unless you're watching the podcast, but he's doing these ones. Like, he's just looking straight down to the point where Tifa does this. She's like, gets underneath into his eye line because she's like, I know what you're looking at, Cloud.
Well, the thing is, as well as you can pick which bikini she wears.
Can you actually do
there's
that?
two you can pick between.
Square Enix knew what they were doing, man. They knew what they were doing.
They know.
That's very, very clever marketing.
She's a very attractive game character.
Oh, now I really want to play it. I'm disgusting.
Is that what? Oh, really, Jake?
Yes.
That's what's tipped you over, huh? Not the sprawling 70-hour JRPG full of incredible set pieces and action and deep RPG systems.
Nope.
It's
Tifa.
Okay.
Tifa's the best. We've said
To
this.
be fair,
didn't we have a user
we have
question
said
one time
this
where it was like, "What's your
multiple
crush?"
I think we did.
Yeah.
It's not even up for debate at this point, really. I mean, she is clearly best girl, so
yeah,
just have to call it how we see it.
Yeah.
And then Square Enix are just going to double down on it and make all the money on the back of it. So, it's good on them.
You know, yeah, exactly. Good for them.
Good for them. Good for them.
Did you guys see the trailer for this game called Kingmakers?
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh my
looks
god.
so sick.
Okay, this, ladies and gentlemen, is a game to end all games, in my opinion. So for people listening, Kingmakers is an upcoming
The story
game,
of a strong
and
woman.
the trailer, just look up the trailer. I shit you not. It
Yep.
looks like a fun dad game, RTS, like Mountain Blade,
Definite dad
armies,
game.
medieval armies, until suddenly you play as just a guy in a pickup truck with a gun, and you can run everybody over and shoot them.
We don't know where he came from, but I'll tell you, he built our village into a city. He's the one who trained our army, who grew us into an empire. I don't know where he's from, but if you think you can stop him, you're already dead.
Okay, hang on.
We don't know.
Just checking out the trailer. Interesting.
Our people a future. I hope he can save his own.
Hmm. Cool.
In this quest, the local explorer
with like grenade launchers and stuff, and I am so in for that game more than anything.
I just don't know what I expected because I saw that trailer make the rounds, and it was, I think, because the tweet from the dev is like very earnest. You know, we've been working on this for 5+ years. We can finally show it. And I was like, oh, that's nice. You know, I'll get around to it. And then I saw someone else quote tweet with, "Watch past the 23-second mark," and I was like, okay. And
but that was the thing. That was exactly the same because I saw all the hubbub and I'm like, I'm watching it. I'm like, this looks kind of boring, I guess. Maybe it's like, because you know, the strategy community, that really hardcore community, they love certain games from certain developers, and they just like
Detonator
them so hard. I'm like, oh, it must be another one of those games. Like they're all up in that. I'm like, okay, but then the 23-second mark hit, and I'm like, let's go.
Yeah,
I was dying with laughter the entire trailer. Like it was fantastic.
I played like 50 hours of Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord, and I was like, this game needs drone strikes. Like, it really needs drone strikes and like AR-15s.
Yes, it was very special.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, keep your eyes peeled for that one. Anyway, this is the Friends Per Second podcast. We're already talking about video games. Look at us. Can you believe us?
What's an upgrade from recent shows?
Yeah. This is episode 39 of the Every Other Week podcast, where a bunch of pals gather to talk about video games, and we bring in some other friends as well. I'm Jake Baldino. I'm joined, as always, by Lucy James. How are you?
Hello. I'm all right.
I'm
okay. I'm tired. I've been playing. I mean, it's not like a boohoo woe is me. I've just been playing so much Final Fantasy that it's all I can think about. And while I'm very excited to be chatting with you boys, I'm like, I've got the planet to save. I've got Tifa to hang out with.
I get it.
Certainly do.
I'm also joined by Ralph, aka Skill Up. How are you?
I'm feeling rejuvenated. I definitely pushed past the limit this past month in terms of just like sheer workload. And then the last 2 days, I went to bed early.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'm going to sleep. Last night, I slept 13 hours.
Hell yeah.
And I feel like a whole new man.
Mamma
I feel
mia.
absolutely fantastic. And this is actually when I'm kind of starting Final Fantasy now. Like I'm just getting going. I'm like chapter 2 or whatever. And so I feel really good about that, because if I had to go into like a 60 to 70 hour review while being completely exhausted, probably would not have enjoyed myself much. But feeling great. And chapter 1, God, I loved it so much. Chapter 2, I'm loving it so much. I'm so excited. Like just... Oh, I'm really looking forward to
Leucophila.
When I finish it.
Already have that.
Because I am just, if it all holds as well as it's holding in this opening, God, it's fantastic. So excited.
Man, yeah, I'll get to that eventually. Just throw it on the pile, right? That's how it goes. Folks, we do have a very, very busy podcast. We have a chat first up with Andy Robinson, good old Andy from, he's editor-in-chief of VGC, Video Games Chronicle. Great website, get great scoops. I read them every day. I think we all do.
For sure.
We had a lot of really good things with him. He has a lot of really good insight about basically everything in news lately, with Xbox announcing their third-party plans, what Nintendo is doing, what PlayStation is doing. It's a bit of a doomer downer state of the industry conversation.
It was a great conversation, but we were all just barely hanging on.
Yeah.
Like trying to crack his smiles and jokes, and then it was like,
sure.
The world's
and I kept
on
trying
fire.
at the end to be like, "Welp, everybody, at least there's hope." And you guys kept being like, "No, there's not." And I'm like, "I'm trying to segue here." You guys will hear that. We're gonna run that interview now. Andy, how you doing? Thanks for being here. How are you?
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, it's been a long week, right?
Yes.
I feel like it should be like November time, but It's
Yeah.
February, and we've had like
Yes.
just it feels like we've been through the wars. We've had a ton of like good games already, but also a lot of like good news, bad news. It's moving quickly. It feels like 2023 part 2, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
And you guys like over at VGC are covering it, man. You guys ran a fantastic operation there. Every like you guys are just so on top. Like yeah, in terms of news coverage, I think you guys are really crushing it. I said that to you to your face in the past many times, but I'm saying it to you here now. Like you guys really do put out a fantastic product in terms of like how consistently you are across the news.
Oh,
so,
thanks very much. It's very kind of
just
you to say.
wanted
I'm a big fan of yours as well. There's many
This
many.
is not designed to trade. This is
There
not
are
designed to trade
many
compliments.
captures, screen captures on my phone of you guys saying complimentary things about VGC. So don't worry about that.
Excellent.
Well, there's a lot to dive into with rapid news in terms of the console stuff going on. So I think Xbox is probably the good place to start. Am I right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
definitely.
So with Xbox, they had their big official business event. Is that what they call it? Business podcast event?
Business update.
Business update event. Very sexy. Where we got a little bit more information about what their plans are. No more rumors and speculation, but actual from the horse's mouth. And Ralph, I want to start with you. Just first reaction. Did it come off to you like, oh, business as usual, but a couple of tweaks? Or do you think there's a little more to it?
I mean, I think it's a very hard question to answer briefly because I think it is business as usual ultimately, because I do think this is the overall direction that Xbox has been going in for a long time now, and this is a continuation of that strategy. But for me personally, that event was pretty nuff. There wasn't much going on there. There wasn't a lot said there, whatever. It was actually the stuff that was said outside of that event that I think was far more interesting, because at the event, Phil Spencer's like, oh, we're doing 4 games. We're not doing a massive change in strategy. Okay, what are the 4 games? It's these. And then the interviewer asked, like, oh, do those 4 games include Starfield and Indiana Jones? It's like, no, they don't. But he didn't say that it might one day include those games. And then later on,
already have
when Phil Spencer is chatting to Steve Totillo of GameFile, he's like, he's talking about, it was the Verge thing actually. It was the Verge
Tom
interview.
Warren?
Yeah, Tom Warren, sorry. And at that point, he's like, oh, we should never rule any particular game in or out when it comes to exclusives. And it's like, oh, okay, well, probably should have mentioned that in the business update, right? Because that sounds like a pretty juicy grab that you didn't put in there, So I think it was a very carefully orchestrated event that aimed to touch on certain points and kind of wind down some of the tension around this whole thing, but that ultimately, very subtly, did confirm a lot of what people were thinking about how Xbox's strategy is going to continue to evolve in the future. That was my vibe, So I do think it is a similar journey that Xbox has been going on, and that will continue. And I don't think that Xbox is going to be playing the traditional console game that we've expected them to play for a while now. That era is officially over after this business event. So I do think it was actually a bit more significant than it seemed at first look. So yeah, but as I said, you had to look at everything else around that event and other things that were said to really make sense of it.
Yeah, I agree. It's it almost felt like it was very reactionary, right? Which is not like Xbox to be reactionary. It seems that's all they've been doing for the last 10 years.
Sure.
It could have just been a statement. Could they have just put it out and said, oh no, Starfield and Indiana Jones are not coming to PS5, but we'll have more news on games later. I don't think they needed to. They probably felt compelled to kind of do the big long podcast and speak for however long it was, like 20 minutes, about different topics, just because of how the fan base reacted. But
that's also because of how they've
cultivated.
Cultivated. Jesus Christ, I can't think of words. Yeah, that's how they've cultivated talking to their fan base. And so the thing is when you said it could have been an email, it could have been a podcast. When I got the press release through, I thought, here we go. Here's the thing that could have been an email.
Here's a podcast.
And it said, go watch the bloody podcast.
Like you can imagine, obviously we're trying to look for the news. So where, you do that, you kind of bounce between where's the summary, right? The Xbox Wire post that they had didn't really summarize all the points. And then to Ralph's point earlier, they kind of told in the interviews they did with The Verge and with Stephen Totillo, they kind of contradicted themselves a little bit.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's like you have to read behind the lines with news, right? Like a lot of this is just to manipulate the fans who are angry, who are just going to take them on face value, really. But essentially, they confirmed everything that was reported. I mean, nobody said. I mean, unless I'm wrong, the reports out, they didn't say Starfield was coming. They didn't say Indiana Jones was coming. It said that they were considering that, they're exploring that, they were working. That doesn't mean that they have to announce it today. The fact that they are working on these 4 games, you don't do that without the window open to work on more, right? If these games are successful, this is a test, right? It screams test bed, these 4 games. Sea of Thieves makes complete sense. I'm surprised it hasn't been on PS5 sooner, to be honest. I mean, it's a live service game. It's a big community-driven game. Of course, it's going to help all of the players on Sea of Thieves and Xbox that there are, there's additional console base that game's available to. The others, it's just a test, that's just kind of like you're trying to hook in another kind of user base into these great games that are on Xbox. These are some of Xbox's best games of like the last 18 months, right? Come and see how good Hi-Fi Rush is. Come and see how good Pentiment is. Then maybe they might be interested in a future one down the line. But
I think because specifically with the Totillo thing, because the interview with Phil Spencer, he was asked about Helldivers, right? And Phil Spencer then went on to say, "Oh, I don't know who benefits by not having this game on Xbox, And it's kind of like, well, you could fucking say that about Halo, not being on PlayStation.
Literally just did a 20-minute orchestrated podcast telling us that Starfield is not coming and that it's really important.
Yes.
It's like, it's load of double speak, right? It's, oh no, this is very important, we're keeping it there. But also, oh, nobody has exclusives anymore. That's what he said. Like, there's barely any games out recently that are on one platform. Of course, why haven't we got Helldivers? You've just bought a publisher for 70 billion, And now you're complaining that it was an odd thing to say.
It was.
I mean, Phil Spencer is kind of like, I don't want to say a law hunter himself, but he's very passionate. You can tell that, right? A lot of these interviews he would have pushed himself personally to go for. He would have wanted to have spoken to kind of, from his motivation to kind of allay some of the concerns in the community. But as we know, kind of good experienced PR people usually would get involved and go, just don't say anything. Sometimes it doesn't help.
Say that don't complain that Helldivers 2 is not in your machine when you are not putting games on other people's machines. That is ridiculous.
He probably just came off of playing it because it's so good. He was probably on a high, on a Helldivers high.
PlayStation don't get into these issues because they don't speak.
True. And Nintendo, I suppose.
Which is his own problem, right? I mean, we'd all prefer them to speak than not, but it's just a soft point.
Yeah. But coming back to your point, like, it did seem very reactionary for them to do. Like, they claimed this business update was planned since December, and it's like, were you really gonna get these 3 people up on a stage to announce that Pentiment is maybe coming to other platforms?
I don't even know if that was the plan, because they said that they're not announcing those 4 games because they want.
Which is a point in itself, right? There's a Nintendo Partner Direct this week, which according to certain journalists was initially planned for last week and delayed after this business update was announced. So wouldn't it be interesting if half of these games are announced in that? Then
well, that's I definitely expect that to be the case for at least Hi-Fi Rush, for sure.
We should probably say, for context, we're recording this on the Tuesday before.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Before the partner
it was a
showcase.
brilliant partner direct, wasn't it? It was really good.
Oh, it was fantastic. I can't believe Metro
Can't believe Silk Song is finally coming. God, I'm so excited.
Shut up! Goddamn Silk Song.
But it just seemed very odd that this event happened at all. The way that they talked about it, the circumspect nature of a lot of their wording, and then like for them to throw the whole like world's most powerful console, Mark II. When they to go out with that, I was like, don't talk about that.
Right? I mean,
Yeah,
that was always they can't. You have to have the good news, right? You can't.
You
just
have to say we're not leaving the console space completely. They also threw out like an updated Game Pass number. They were throwing things in there specifically for headlines, but it's not the stuff that people are wanting to hear right now. Like that Game Pass number is fantastic. Good to see.
But that includes Game Pass Core now, right?
Yeah,
that number.
Yeah,
Isn't it it's a cheeky number because it's basically just converting a bunch of Xbox Live people to Game Pass and then calling it
claimed that it was a small number. The number of the core users moving over represented a small portion of the growth. He claimed it was mostly PC and mobile, but obviously we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
For sure. Yeah, I mean,
what a weird event.
Yeah, I just kind of ended up feeling not like I didn't feel like a needle has been moved much. I think with before it being an official thing or anything being said, people were expecting. I mean, even our conversation last week was a lot more big picture focused.
Marlboro,
where I watched this and I tried to just watch it as like, I mean, I guess I am like a normie, and I watched it and afterwards I was like, what? What did you guys say? What is going on? I feel like it just the way they speak, and then the way the event went down, and then the way
14
Phil Spencer
homes.
spoke in The Verge and stuff. I kind of felt in a similar place. That
24. Jesus Christ!
When they acquired X, when they acquired Y, and we were in those conversations like, oh, is this going to stay exclusive? Is that going to stay exclusive? People would joke and be like, of course they bought it, but we've had those conversations because of the way they speak and the way they kind of have a very careful way of wording things. And I just kind of felt like that was the normal standard thing here that we've had before.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's talking about the 2,000 layoffs.
No.
Yeah, true.
Jeez, yeah.
Well, I mean, that was also another thing where like feels like, well, our industry needs to grow, and it didn't, and so that's why we had to lay off people. And it's kind of like, well, Microsoft just became like the second company in the world to achieve $1 trillion valuation or $3 trillion valuation. I mean, Microsoft's making money hand over fist right now, and like,
their gaming business is not.
Sure, but I mean, I wonder how profitable it is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not exactly sure about that. I don't know. I just didn't quite like that framing, especially because when they did those layoffs, they were more talking about the fact that there were overlaps between Activision Blizzard and Microsoft, which you can understand naturally. Like, there's going to be some overlaps. Sure, that logically makes sense. And it's like, that's what they said when they made those cuts. But now to say, well, we made those cuts because the business isn't growing or the industry isn't growing. It's like, well, which one is it? You know what I mean? So yeah, I didn't like that. But my question,
it's been a bit disappointing few months in general, isn't it? I mean, and this kind of bleeds into the PlayStation stuff that we'll get to, but it's just it just feels grim, doesn't it? You know, I just feel like I've been bracing myself for 6 months. You know, just bracing for the worst all the time.
I mean, I was at DICE last week.
Oh, and I heard it was just miserable, right?
It was miserable the entire time because, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if your studio hasn't had cuts, you're kind of bracing for them. If your studio has had cuts, you're bracing for more.
Yeah.
Same on the media side of things, same on PR too, and publishing side. It was, and then you have an event like this where talking about the future, but also not talking about the real human cost of everything so far, and no real, I don't know, didn't feel like there was any kind of hope to look forward to.
Honestly, yeah. I'm finding it really difficult to be excited about much at the moment. I mean, probably again, something else we'll get to, the you know, kind of the next Nintendo console was something to be optimistic for this year. And then now that looks like that's gone. It's, I mean, even you know, kind of the stuff that was coming out of the PlayStation's earnings, it was very much pointing towards them making their own cuts. It's and I don't even know where all these jobs are going to go. You know, like, I mean, there's one of the biggest games industry job agencies in the UK, OPM. They've been around for 25 years. They just closed. They didn't like fold. They just decided that we're wasting our time operating in this market right now.
Really?
A few weeks ago,
that seems so surprising because obviously they would have had a lot of business during the COVID period, right?
Yeah.
Like there a lot of placements. And then if it's a 25-year business, you'd imagine that they'd sort of been able to sustain this downturn, which, you know,
He's been.
I mean, you don't know the full
making
motivations behind it, do you? I mean,
sure.
When you people start businesses to sell them at some point, right? You're not going to do it forever. So, of 25 years, I'm sure it was like 20, 25 years that was running. You know, maybe it's like, look, this doesn't look like it's going to turn around for a couple of years, which it probably isn't. Do I want to bunker down and sit through that and come out the other end and build again, or do I just want to take the money and call it a day? What's left? So
survive till 25.
That's all completely speculation, though. I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, anyway, miserable. Let's talk about the games industry.
Should we move on
just
to PlayStation?
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, so Sony's had a lot of headlines talking about PlayStation, things that came out of, I believe, their earnings call, with the biggest phrase being that the PS5 is entering the later stage of its life cycle. Lucy, what's your takeaway on that? There's definitely a little more to that.
That feels insane to me. I mean, that feels insane to me. But I guess time has moved differently. I think the biggest thing about the Sony stuff is, the reaction to that, the fact that it is moving into the latter half of its life cycle, the fact that they're coming out with the PS5 Pro model, it feels like a very contracted life cycle for this console. I mean,
it's the pandemic, right? To your initial point, it doesn't feel like it's been that long. And one of the reasons it doesn't feel like it's been that long is back to what Big Phil was saying, is that there aren't really any console exclusives anymore, especially what Sony was promising pre-launch. We believe in generations, etc., etc. That kind of didn't come to fruition, and partly, not their fault. They couldn't have, kind of made as many consoles as they wanted to. It doesn't feel like it's been running for that long, and I do think that probably a lot of consumers right now are not feeling like they're getting itchy, right? I mean, you think about PS4. By this point, this point in PS4's life cycle, like 2017, 2018 sort of time, it was loud.
This was
noisy,
stride.
And, you just trying to load the games. The thing sounded like it was going to explode. I mean, PC was already.
Pro would come out, right?
Pro was coming out like now. The mid-gen refreshes was about now. It doesn't feel like we need a mid-gen refresh.
It felt good.
Oh, games wise, but I mean the hardware. You already you were feeling like, I can see how we could conceivably move on in 3-4 years, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't really feel that.
Yeah, I got my Pro for God of War, actually. So that would have been April 2018. So I think, you're totally right. But even
that, it had a reason, right, to sell that. It was, you can play your games upscale to 4K. Great, cool. Exactly. I've got a new 4K TV. That benefit is not so clear now. I don't know what they would do. I
also don't know, because loading times?
No,
non-existent.
Yeah.
We don't.
More HDR.
The battery controller lasts more than 15 minutes. That's going to be the upgrade.
I mean, some of the speculation was that they might do like a ray trace, like an enhanced ray tracing type thing, which maybe they could get me to pay for.
I mean, that's. I don't know. I'd be very surprised.
But it's not as clear as sell as 4K, right? I mean, people would have 4K TVs. They understand what UHD is. That was a clear upsell. So, I mean, so technically they're right. I think a lot of the discourse around this quote in the earnings call, I'm not sure if it was a misquote or not that some of the sites picked up on, but certainly the quote that I transcribed that we were running with was that it was entering, the same PS5 was entering the latter stages, the latter half of its life cycle, whereas some other sites reported latter stages, which obviously, as many people do these days, consuming their news just on a tweet, and I'm not going to read the rest of the context. What do you mean it's ending? Sure. But it is in the latter half, right? I mean, it's been out for 4 years this year. 2028, we're going to have new consoles, but it'll be interesting to see what they look like, because the other thing that came out of this, one of many things that came out of this earnings call, was that they were making the point that these consoles are not getting cheaper to make. Unlike the last generation was the last generation where we had that advantage, where manufacturing the system on chips for these consoles would gradually get cheaper. They're not cheaper. Like the newer system on chips, I don't know the technical details, but the ones that the Xbox Series and the PS5 have, they're not getting cheaper. So that's why you're seeing a lot of these problems now, like to try and, 25 million consoles is what they were trying to sell this year, Sony. which was like a super ambitious number, and they plan to do that with discounting, basically, like they're aggressively discounting. And that's hurt them now. You know, they said they're going to miss their target.
That's
by 4
more
million,
like it
which is a
and
lot.
all.
If to
Well-
angry shareholders, that is a lot. Even though it's still like a super impressive number. And it's a double-edged sword. They've done that by discounting the hardware, which is not getting cheaper. So it does make you wonder that, especially with, you know, something's got to give, basically, right? I mean, the biggest takeaway for me on the Sony earnings calls was their profit versus their revenue. Now, I might get this wrong, but I'm going to say it anyway, and someone can tell me that I'm wrong. I believe they made something like $10 billion in revenue for this quarter, and it's a Christmas quarter, so it's a big one. And from that 10 billion, they made 600 million profit. So to make 600 million, they've got to generate 10 billion. Like, that is pretty unsustainable now, because they're getting on both ends, right? Games are getting more expensive to make. They're taking longer to make. Hardware is always has been a loss leader, and the audiences are not growing. So this is the thing: is that something's got to give. And this is Xbox and PlayStation. Is there even need to make cheaper games, which is what Sean Layden was saying 5-6 years ago. You know, the PlayStation US boss, that. You know, I mean, he's not Messiah. Lots of people would know this, but he was saying it openly in public that it's unsustainable. AAA development budgets. I mean, on PS4 when they're already paying 100 million plus, and we now know that, Horizon Forbidden West and the Spider-Man games on PS5, they cost like $250, $300 million to make. You know, so if you're paying that sort of money to make a game, you kind of need it to go to the biggest audience possible, which is why they're also making noises now about pushing more aggressively into PC.
Look at the success of Helldivers.
Exactly. Which is only going to accelerate the point, I imagine. I mean, there's only people are only speculating, but because you don't have the actual numbers outside of Steam. But I saw some suggestion that PlayStation makes up a really small fraction of those, you know, half a billion. Or 500,000 even, players, concurrent players that are there.
That makes sense. I think that genre in particular really lends itself to like PC shenanigans. I feel it's just got a lot of PC vibes, but yeah, I guess also PC players are just kind of crowding the servers at this point. So
and not logging off so that other people can't
logging
play.
off. Exactly right. Just leave your PC in idle. But
I mean, that talk about unsustainability, and the other thing from the earnings call that is, I mean, I saw it on a great website, VGC. It was the headline: Sony president wants
me getting up at 6 a.m. to write that.
Sony president wants Bungie to be better at assuming accountability for development timelines too.
It's funny that was misquoted at the beginning. That was like
I was about to say. Do you know what's really interesting about that story? Because I believe I wrote the original one. Now, you can say it's a misquote. Basically, it was Sony's own live translation, right? They removed Bungie from the live translation. I mean, there could be a myriad of reasons for that, right? Japanese is like one of the hardest languages to translate on the fly, especially on audio, because there's not much context in it.
Yeah.
You know, you're missing context on it. If you're sat in front of someone, you kind of like get what they're talking about a bit more, the nuance. So it's understandable that you get a better translation with time and what have you. But yeah, the live translation, Bungie was not mentioned by Sony's translators. It was broad, like, our studios need to get better at, I think they said like development timelines and how they manage their money and blah, blah. But yeah, they put out a transcripts on their investor website today. It's just laying into Bungie, basically.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
That is pretty rough. Calling them out. I mean, they were asked, so it's not like they were just offering a sermon from the mount on Bungie. They were asked specifically, what do you think about Bungie? And they're like, well, here's what we think. We think they need to be more accountable with development timelines. But yeah, there's definitely got a sting for Bungie, who right now are really, I would imagine, are up against it because they've got Final Shape coming out. They got a lot riding on that. They've already had to delay that. They had the layoffs before, which were ruinous for morale. That is going to be very tough for them. I'm very sure.
I'll tell you what I find interesting is the reporting recently around there are certain clauses in their contract about the management of the studio, because they had layoffs recently, and I think it might have been IGN. Forgive me if it wasn't.
It was, yeah. It was.
That allegedly that decision was motivated by them hitting certain not dropping below certain targets, so that they continued to have control of the studio. So
because Sony can swoop in.
Yeah, so if you were wrestling with that, you probably slag them off in your investor call, right? They're rubbish. They need to get better. They need to get better. Their business, literally, they're talking about business, right? They need to be better at business. I think was a rough quote. They need to be better at managing their timelines and their money. That's the sort of thing you'd say if you're getting ready to, jump in. Was a rough quote. Need to be better at managing their timelines and their money. That's the sort of thing you'd say if you're getting ready to, jump in and make to justify your kind of getting involved with this historically very successful studio, which allegedly not so long ago was kind of advising all their live service games. I wonder if they're going to have Arrowhead coming in now to advise on Bungie's live service games.
And then they play Final Shape, and Arrowhead's like, you know what? This isn't going to work. It's not very good, guys.
I don't know if you're going to keep players for the long term on this one.
I think for me personally, a lot of this talk about it being at the latter end of the life cycle, or the latter half, or what have you. Do you guys see this Donkey video this week?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
I didn't watch it yet, but I saw
Yes, it's basically a video that talks about PlayStation 5's exclusives and how there's not many of them, firstly, and a lot of them are sequels or re-releases that feel quite similar to games that came before, or just straight up remasters, And it's kind of like, how many really big new exclusive Sony games have we had this past generation?
It's pretty damning, isn't it?
It's, you know what I mean? Like, what's the Naughty Dog game this generation?
So if you see behind me, I've got a Virtual Boy, right?
Sure.
And I've got the majority of the Japanese library for it there. I think there's 18 games. So I've got about 11 there. That's more than PS5.
That's more than the current lineup.
Because that's the
Sony
meme going round is Virtual Boy had more exclusive games. I mean, there's a reason for that, because you're not really porting your Virtual Boy games to Super Nintendo, right? It requires you to strap something onto your face.
Sure.
So, and it comes from a different time. So a bit unfair, but also makes a valid point. Is again coming back to what Phil Spencer was saying, like when he's basically saying like you guys are kind of getting angry at us, but there are no console exclusives really now.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it comes back to that point we were talking about earlier, which is if it costs $300 million to make a game in 6 years, you can realistically expect each studio to put out 1.5 exclusives per generation, which is wild. Like that's crazy at this point, and that just seems straight up. When you say it like that, when you say it a variety of other ways, it just seems clear that is not sustainable.
And it's disappointing just from a fan's perspective. I mean, I'm going to have my old man moment. But do you remember the Mark Cerny tech talk before the PS5 launched?
Oh, yeah.
He spent I don't know how long it was, but it was a significant amount of time with a presentation showing why being exclusive to PS5 mattered from a game design point of view. This is how the super fast SSD in the PlayStation 5 is going to change how games are made. They literally can, it showed how they built environments on every console, with sightlines and stuff, right? And you now don't have to worry about that. You can have as big environment as you want. How, they had to put
Tempest audio
a trash can 100 times on the memory of Spider-Man because it had to be loaded in wherever you are in the environment. About how now on PS5 you can literally stream the graphics faster than the camera moves, right? So getting fidelity to the level where you don't even have to. I mean, I know a lot of games work like that, but to an even more, on the razor's edge line of streaming graphical data, and. I remember that talk and I was pretty excited about it. And then it's like, well, and now all of our games are on PS4. And I understand, why they did that. And everyone does. And no one's questioning the quality of their first party games because they're usually like bangers, guaranteed bangers, all of them, Sony's first party stuff. But it doesn't help you, stop me wondering like what could have been, right? So if God of War Ragnarok is like this with these huge environments and, these beautiful characters, what would it have looked like if they didn't have to squeeze it onto a PS4?
What is X-Dev doing this generation? Like X-Dev seemed to be the kind of I don't know. I mean, I guess technically last Naughty Dog was through X-Dev, but the like PlayStation they used to have like kind of I don't know the smaller
it's annoying me that I can't recall that. They've definitely been doing stuff.
Yeah, right. Like I don't know. I just this whole conversation. I love you boys, but it's doom and gloom as hell, right?
Yeah.
And it's just kind of, and it makes you think back to the halcyon days of, I think, PlayStation 3 and certainly PlayStation 4, where it just felt like the industry was, I mean, maybe not PS3, but PS4 was like, industry is unstoppable. Sony is unstoppable. Sure. And now it feels like we are at the top of a roller coaster. And we are about to see something that maybe
that's
since 2008, 2009.
Right? Maybe that's a good thing because we've been in this arms race, right?
Yeah.
Where games need to look better and be bigger. Like, I mean, I watched the the Last of Us Part 2 documentary they just brought out.
I haven't seen it yet.
And there's a Neil Druckmann sits down with the team and he's like, right, we've I think they shipped Uncharted 4, and they're like, Uncharted 2 is Last of Us Part 2 is going to be roughly double the size of the first game. And I'm sat there thinking, why? I remember playing that game, right? And being like 10 hours in and thinking, this is too long now. Like you could have made your point. Like
you still had 15 hours to go, my friend.
Like something else that Sean Layden said, 5-6 years ago. These games, we've got our audience into this state where they equate value with length, right? And it's not the same thing at all. Like these games are big. I mean, I don't know when this podcast is going out, but there's a certain game at the moment everyone's playing that is stupidly humongous.
We can talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
It's ridiculous.
This is going out after the Final Fantasy embargo is out, so we're allowed to say the Final Fantasy embargo is the Final Fantasy Rebirth is very long.
I mean, I've not played it, but Jordan's been playing it, and he's like, all he's been doing for the last 2-3 weeks is like going, it's still going, it's still going, it won't end. That is how we've got the games industry has got itself into this situation, especially the platform holders, where they feel like they have to, especially PlayStation, right? Where the home of blockbusters. That's what they are. That's what their brand has been built on now. You spend $500 on a PS5 and then spend a couple of $100 more on your headsets and your controllers because that's what you're buying into. You're not getting those elsewhere. You're not getting these stupidly humongous games. Yeah. But now this is the medicine, right? That needs to be taken. And you look at something like Helldivers. I mean, I've only played it for a little while. I think it looks pretty ropey. Like it doesn't look like certainly doesn't look like a Naughty Dog game, right? Or an Insomniac game. But it's fun as hell. It doesn't need to be. It's really great at what it is.
Yeah. Well, do you think that's maybe part of the reason why it's standing out? Is there some argument to be made that some of the PS5, and we're talking about its releases and stuff, it's still kind of in the shadow of the PS4? I mean, the way I look at it is like the heavy hitters right now on PlayStation 5 is a Spider-Man sequel, a God of War sequel, even stuff from the previous generation like Ghost of Tsushima is like still pretty top of mind. So there's only a couple of standout new things for PS5, like Returnal, which is fantastic, but I don't think that has like the mainstream appeal. So it's almost like the PS5 is still catching up. And then weird little things come out like Helldivers, and people are like, holy shit, this is that new sound we're looking for.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My hope with all of this stuff is that you've got these massive AAA teams that are really talented and they have resources. And my hope is that Sony is going to start greenlighting some smaller projects that come out of those teams. Obviously Blizzard went through this themselves those years ago when they, split themselves up into multiple units, and they had Team 5, I think it was called, that did Hearthstone, you know what I mean? And off it went. And obviously Hearthstone had its time, and it's not in its time right now, sure, whatever, but there was a spirit of experimentation that the studio unleashed, and it resulted in some big and successful things. I mean, even Overwatch was kind of part of that. And
Team 4, baby.
the remains of their failed MMO push became Overwatch, which was huge, you know? So I don't know. I hopefully this model doesn't exist in this way. Everyone's been saying forever that AAA is unsustainable. Everyone's been saying it. But now it just seems like it's too self-evident to ignore that, because it's just hitting the financials. It's hitting release cadences. It's resulting in layoffs. It's seeing Sony's actual profit margins shrink to absurd levels. So it's like, well, they can't ignore that forever. And what are they going to do? Are they going to stop making games? No, they can't. I think they've got to start making some other bets. And hopefully they direct themselves in that, because you can't just hope for Spider-Man 3 to save the industry.
You know, I imagine they're going to carry on down the path that Jim Ryan has kind of set them in, which is they're going to put out all these live service games, doubly so now that Helldivers has done so great, and they're going to release more games on PC. It's the low-hanging fruit, basically. Like, if you want to expand your audience, that's what you do. And you have to look at, especially these days, what's really changed since the pandemic, big time, is that fewer, bigger games have sucked up the audience. Like, there's been a lot of really great medium-sized games, or what you'd call medium-sized games, in the last 18 months that have failed. You know, like, what's the XCOM Marvel game?
Oh, Midnight Suns.
Like that. And then Mario Rabbids didn't do so well. And then, you know, you can keep, there's countless examples of stuff like that kind of got left because, and meanwhile, your EA's doing fine because they got FIFA Ultimate Team. You know, Take-Two are doing fine because they got GTA Online. Ubisoft are scrambling to get one of their own. I mean, if you've got one of those big games, I mean, EA got Apex as well, then you're kind of all right. And it's interesting, actually. I've not heard many people talk about this, because in the PS4 generations, I was told a couple of times that Sony deliberately stayed away from that type of game because they didn't want to cannibalize the third-party publishers, basically. It's like, well, everyone plays, you know, GTA Online or Call of Duty on our platform anyway. So what we'll do is we'll make the big single-player games that they don't want to make, and then we've got a complete kind of offering on our platform. But obviously, I guess that's where it's kind of led them to where we are now.
Yeah, the thing is, I just think, logically it makes sense to think, oh, let's just invest in live services, you know, and that's how we'll be able to get through this, whatever. But because obviously it makes sense that if you get recurring revenue out of these titles, but I just think the story is, history has shown repeatedly that it is so difficult to crack that, right? And if the game plan is, let's release 12 live services, knowing that 11 of them will fail, but if one of them pays off in the same way that Apex does or FIFA does, then it gives us a sustainable base that we can then use to, you know, fund other activities. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Maybe, you know, maybe that makes sense on some level, but it just seems like a really, really long bet, you know, with bad odds to go down that path. Whereas you could be trying to build out a portfolio of really interesting, cool titles that do pretty damn well, also have your bigger stuff, keep your live service studios doing their thing because they're already good at it. Obviously, you've got Bungie, and now you've got Arrowhead that's standing up their capabilities over time. I don't know, man. I just think when I hear Sony's working on 12 live service games simultaneously, or they were at least in the last time we heard, it just seems like fool's gold to me. Especially just this month, we've had Suicide Squad and Skull and Bones both go belly up. You know, and before that, it was Last of Us Online cancelled.
I mean, I was going to mention that. I mean, at least that's quite reassuring, right? That it is reassuring to see that they'll go, you know what, we don't think this is working out. Don't work on that game anymore. You know, go do what you're good at, do single player stuff. It kind of indicates that at least they're not going to, you know, have a Skull and Bones situation where it's coming out no matter what. You know, reboot it 4 times until this thing is out.
I'm intrigued to see, one of the things we haven't really talked about is, you know, we have this a load of well-seasoned veteran developers leaving big places like Respawn, leaving places like Sledgehammer and COD to go set up their new thing. So we have this whole That's No Moon, Gravity Well. We have these studios with all of this veteran talent, and I'm just like, first of all, where's your money coming from? Especially at this point. But also, what are you working on? Like, if you leave somewhere like Sony or a place where you've just been working on something like COD or Apex for years, do you want to stay in that space? Do you want to try something new?
I think that's natural. I think it's always been like that as well. Like, you can trace back loads of studios, like big studios from 10, 15 years ago would have been people who left Bullfrog or Lionhead, or, you know, they would have left those guys from the 90s. You know, I mean, when I worked at Platonic, which was founded by the ex-Rare guys, I mean, I saw some of the motivation myself of this is how that sort of thing comes about. And making games is like something that is, especially these days, right? You have the tools, anyone can make a game. So if you're an experienced game developer and you work at one of the big companies, you know, first of all, they're creative people. They've all got tons of ideas. I'd love to make a game like this. I'd love to make a game like that. You know, but you're at the whim of what gets greenlit by the big corporation who owns you and, you know, who's looking at the spreadsheets, right? So you've got the ideas, but they're also empowered now. Anyone can, you know, go and set up their own, they can go and make a game. The problem is the same problem that I had when I did VGC is that you just need someone to pay your salary for a bit, right? Until it becomes an actual business. So, I mean, the way they do that could be a myriad of things. I know obviously at Playtonic, we did a Kickstarter and we were lucky because they did have a kind of an existing fan base, the games they worked on. We could kind of kickstart that and it just needed to pay everyone's wages until we got it out. And then you kind of move on from there. I think that's something that's always been going on. I mean, they're also, you know, it's entrepreneurship, right? Like tons of these big independent studios that got bought by you know, publishers was started by just some kids at Lionhead or something. You know, you look at like Media Molecule, for example. Those were like Lionhead Bullfrog guys. It's so that feels pretty natural. I think it's good. That's where the good games come from, right? It just, I mean, you're seeing tons of like Blizzard spin-offs now.
Like Stormgate?
Yeah. Like I'm certain that all of the good stuff's going to go. I mean, Nightingale's just launched today. That's Aaron Flynn, the ex-BioWare boss. Like I've not seen how it's done, but the last I looked, it had like 300,000 views on Twitch. Like after
it was like number 2 on Twitch. I saw the tweet about it. It was like number 2 on Twitch, and immediately like just straight out the gate, which is awesome.
Survival games, baby.
And but that's the thing though. Like what I'm saying is,
it's a sure bet.
We kind of always had that, but like, what's it going to be like?
Amorphous Joe.
You know, there's so much talent out there that's free and that maybe do want to start their own studio, but like, is the money there? And what are we losing from that?
The difficulty you have now that you didn't have then is just how crowded it is, right? I mean, now that everything's moved so aggressively over to digital, the advantage you had having like a console deal or something like even 10, 15 years ago, was that they had guaranteed retail space. And that's massive. Your games are going to be on store shit on the Walmart and they're going to be in a good place. And so you've got a huge advantage. Whereas now, how many tens of thousands of games release on Steam every year? Like thousands and thousands. Like I don't want to. I did actually have the number in my head last week, but it's tens of thousands. And they're now all on the same shelf space as you, because the physical retail thing is just gone. You know, that doesn't apply anymore. You're all on the same stores, and you know, even if a small fraction of those games are good, right? You know, look at Power World.
Oh yeah.
Suddenly you're competing with that like 30-man team who, you know, kind of made the game off their own backs.
Yeah, things are definitely changing. I think at least there's some hope with what you guys are saying, with some talent being out there, and sometimes we are getting the better games from the smaller models. But just to move on and briefly also talk about Nintendo, what's their deal? So it seemed like from headlines, it was, you know, possibly a holiday 2024 thing for the Switch 2. Now sources are saying that the Nintendo Switch 2 will launch in 2025. So is that something that was originally the plan altogether? Or do you guys think maybe this is a reaction to just the climate, the industry, the economics of the world right now? Where does it land?
Well, I don't think it's a reaction, because the best time to launch a Switch 2 would be this year, I think, if they could, because they're, you know, the other platforms are in a bit of a lull. You know, it's GTA 6 is on the horizon. You don't want to be, you know, that is there aren't many actual system sellers left these days, but that is a system seller. You don't really want to be launching around then. This year's pretty spot on for them, so I don't think it's something that they've done tactically. So we reported the late 2024 date last year. That was our story. So that it was something that I understand they were planning to do. But it's interesting that even at the time, that didn't sound right. It didn't sound like something that historically fits with what Nintendo would probably be planning to do strategically with a console now, because they launched Switch in what, March 2017, and their whole strategy behind Switch and why it was so massively successful at the gate is that they planned to have basically all of their big hitters in the first year. I mean, I don't have it at the top of my head, but go and look at what games they had out on Switch in the first year. It's ridiculous. It's like they had a different first-party game every month.
The greatest.
1-2 Switch. No, I mean, they definitely have Breath of the Wild and Odyssey.
We launched with Breath of the Wild, one of the best games ever. Then Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Yeah.
Odyssey.
And Odyssey was in
They had like
October.
Mario Rabbids. There was a Xenoblade in there. There was a Pokemon game like the next year. Smash Bros. Was the next year. Splatoon was in there. It's ridiculous, right? That's their whole strategy was, after Wii U, let's just go all in, make sure all of the big franchises are there. And Nintendo's all about going into that first Christmas and having a really strong lineup. And it works incredibly well, right? So that's why even people that I was speaking to, like in the industry, when I reported that story, or before I reported that story, were like, are you sure? Like, that doesn't sound like, why would they follow that up and then go late in the year? Because they'd have more pressure in terms of that kind of lineup. So in that sense, it's kind of not surprising that the what I'm hearing, what we reported on VGC, it was broken by a Brazilian journalist, Pedro Henrique.
22, Jesus Christ.
On breaking that. It's now been corroborated by tons and tons of people. But they basically, this was an open secret. It sounded like, this usually is what happens when I break a story, is that everyone already knows already. It's just I'm the guy who's going out and going, I'm going to say it. So it sounded like they briefed publishers recently about the 2025 thing, but they wouldn't have briefed them why. One person suggested to me that it could be because they wanted a stronger first-party software lineup, which is what they need to have, right? I mean, I think they're going to have a Mario Kart. I think they're going to have a 3D Mario. It's all going to be there. There'll be like a second-tier Zelda game, like a Grezzo style one. There'll be like a Pokemon of some kind. I mean, they definitely had the next big Pokemon in the works for the next Nintendo console. I don't know what that means with the console slipping, whether that goes or what. But yeah, it kind of makes sense. I mean, even if you look at Wii U, if they'd have delayed Wii U, I mean, this was something that someone mentioned on social media the other day, and it was really interesting. If they'd have delayed Wii U to the following like March, the first year would have been absolute wall-to-wall bangers.
Yeah.
Because the problem they had with that is they launched, before Christmas, and they kind of had Nintendo Land, a new Super Mario U, and then you had to kind of wait, and then you had the other stuff next year, and really good games, but they were just spaced out.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I don't think it really makes any difference for us as consumers. Like, it would have been nice to be able to play a Nintendo console at the end of the year, but we're still going to buy it when it comes out in March, if it comes out then. And if it's got this existing library of games, like if it does have a new Mario Kart and a new mainline Mario game in the same year, I mean, that's it already.
Yeah,
like,
I think it will. I think it will.
Do you know what I mean? That's insane to even imagine that.
I don't think it's great for the games industry, because I think we're kind of like, I mean, you look at what we're, the doom and gloom that we're talking about here. I think just the market, just purely the market could have done with a boost. I also think we need some innovation as well. I mean, Christopher Dring on GI.biz wrote a great piece earlier today, which was basically pointing out how, the audience, the console audience, Xbox and PlayStation are, scrambling to expand their audience because it's not growing, but they've effectively put out the same consoles they did last generation, right? You need your Switch moment, your Wii moment, your Kinect moment even, to bring in new people into this audience, because older people kind of go on to other stuff, like across the entire market, and young people don't necessarily come in. We are kind of like a little bit desperate right now for a Wii Switch moment, Kinect moment even, just to bring in some new ideas, a new audience to reinvigorate the console market, I think. So I do hope that...
You reckon? That seems... What are you saying? Like some new tech that kind of...
A new idea. It's not good. It's not... That's what brings new people into games, right? You need a Wii Sports moment, right? people people who bought Xbox and PS5 already had the last one. Nobody's bought a PS5 like, oh, I'm going to get that. Who didn't buy it? Spider-Man, you know, like The Last of Us remastered. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. I mean, the last generation was the most important generation because you built your digital libraries. That's why Xbox has struggled. I mean, and Phil Spencer's talked about that as well, because once you've got that, I mean, you can see it in everywhere, you know, all entertainment mediums that we use, right? If you own stuff there, you're kind of like, they've got you.
Stuck.
You know, and then people play with their friends. So that's why it's so difficult. So that does make me suspect, because Nintendo's been hinting quite a lot about Nintendo accounts, and that's our big plan for, you know, kind of avoiding the boom and bust we usually have after a good console. So I do wonder if backwards compatibility might be a big thing on the new Switch. You know, you've got your digital games come over, and maybe that might be a thing, but I do hope it's not just another, you know, more powerful Switch. I mean, I don't think it will be, but I hope they've got a new idea, something fresh, like beyond just, it's a Steam Deck that you can put on, dock on your TV.
What could it possibly be? Like Smell-O-Vision?
Oh, God, no.
I've done that before, and it wasn't fun.
Yeah, I want all of your guesses.
My guess, and it is a guess, is that
a laptop.
I think it will be like a Steam Deck. You know Nate the Hate, right? The podcast that he does with MVG. Yeah, he always puts up bits and pieces, and it's usually what I've heard. So I don't know whether that makes either of us more credible, but I'll just say that. Like, I don't think it'll have Joy-Cons. I think it'll basically be a Steam Deck that you can dock. And my guess, right, is that when before Switch came out, the Switch technology was already there. It's just it wasn't mainstream, and people weren't talking about it because a Switch is basically an NVIDIA Shield, right? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's what it is. It's an NVIDIA Shield. So they're Nintendo's like hardware, their R&D guys will be like, oh, that's interesting. I have a meeting with them, blah, blah, blah. And it's the same with like the Wii. The technology behind the Wii, the gyroscopes. The guy who had that pattern, he sold, like, peddled that around everyone. Like, I'm pretty sure that other platform holders turned him down. And then Nintendo went, oh, okay, we'll have that. So it's usually stuff that's just out there, like the kind of historically that fuels their innovation, right? So I wonder if they might just do a Switch with a bit of a spin. So it's a Switch and a Wii U, the two concepts combined, right? And this is something that I think Nate the Hate mentioned. And it was something that I was also thinking. Imagine instead of docking it, that you could wirelessly kind of dock it. So you have your Steam Deck control, your Wii U controller, your Switch without Joy-Cons. And if you're going to play on TV, you just press a button and it goes on the TV. It streams.
Oh, that would be cool.
Or something. So then, not only is that a cool little gimmick, okay, but now we're back to dual screen. Which Nintendo loves dual screen.
It sure do.
Forced to leave dual screen kind of
fucking
design,
DS.
just in this last generation, and that'd be cool, right? I'm excited already thinking of that. That's a cool idea. I'm going to be disappointed when it's not.
Yeah.
I mean,
they'll do all kinds of gimmicks as well. Then it'll be like, oh, here's a Mario Kart, dual screen Mario Kart again. Because Wii U, right? I liked Wii U. It wasn't executed properly. Like, I mean, and Switch kind of proves that, right? You look how well the games have sold, and everyone loves the concept. But it's like as soon as you moved like half a meter away from your sofa with that controller, you got a signal loss, and it didn't work. And those early games which had promise, like Nintendo Land and stuff, which is a very underrated game, they kind of like ditched the concept and just like after the first year, all the games on Wii U, first party games, like the gamepad was like, it was nothing going on it. It was just, you turn it off basically.
Yeah.
So I think there's something in that. You don't seem
I think it'd be
convinced,
interesting.
Ralph.
I'd like it, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I don't imagine that that's going to be the kind of thing that is going to revitalize the console market and create a whole new category
No,
of
but
consumers.
it's
Do you
just,
know what
you know what I mean? I'm not talking about like the invention, something revolutionary, like inventing VR or the Wii remote or something. I just mean an idea, a spark.
I mean,
it's Nintendo.
If I sat
if I sat
kind
here
of do
right
that
now,
with your
and
smartphones now.
But it's again, right? Is that Nintendo takes this existing technology, right? If I sat here and told you the concept of the Switch where it launched and the concept of the Wii, it wouldn't sound exciting, right? Because this is what Nintendo do. Like, oh, imagine if you had a console, you could take, okay, yeah, but I've got my phone, I've got my Vita, handheld gaming's dead. Like, you know, what, moving a thing to control a game? How's that going to work? Nintendo, the reason Nintendo are so successful is because they make software and hardware together, right? They're a toy company. They make these amazing creations. You don't see that hardware and go, this is great. They need to sell it to you with a game. Well, like me sat there telling you, wouldn't it be great if you could put it on the TV at the same time? That's not the same as them going, here's this Mario Kart with this amazing, like, innovative idea. Oh, wow, that looks really cool.
Yeah, but it's also how do they approach and how do they change it up? How do they implement it for a family and the living room? Because
that's the thing.
That's an important thing, and that's always the part that's hard to predict.
Where it's like the one of the things that obviously got people into the Wii and again for the Switch was what is the thing that you sell to the parents who don't game, and that was the weight loss stuff, that was the fitness stuff, that was Wii Fit, Ring Fit.
Olivia Newton-John, baby.
Olivia Newton-John.
That's right. That's right.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
I made myself sad. But no, I mean, you know, that's the thing that kind of gets outside of our bubble and does permeate into a broader. Like, my mum was even like, "Oh my god, a Wii Fit? Should we get one?" Never did, by the way, Lynn. But you know, it's like taking those concepts and making a game. Like they released the Ring Fit, and they just did one game with it. Like,
yeah, that was really cool.
And it also couldn't have hit at a better time for them because everyone was locked inside for the pandemic, and
they kind of you need a gimmick to get people in.
You gotta get a gimmick,
right? I mean, even like Astrobot is still my favorite PS5 game.
Oh,
hell yeah!
That is a fantastic game.
So good.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
awesome, right? It's one of those where it's like you fall into this trap every console generation, and I imagine it will happen less and less in future when they're just PCs. But when you're like, wow, if this is the first game, what are the future games going to do with these features? With the 3DS is 3D, and the Xbox One's kind of HD rumble that it had, and all this stuff that just never gets used again.
Yeah.
We've got you in. And now we're porting our games to PlayStation 4 and PC.
But you get that haptic feedback and you control it.
To be fair, though, the haptics do feel pretty good. When they use them right, they hit pretty well.
Have they ever felt as good as Astro's?
No, I was just about to say that the raindrops in Astro. Oh.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Well, I think in Spider-Man, when you're a little spider bot and you're climbing through the vents, it feels pretty good there. I like that.
Helldivers is good because it like breaks the controller, and when you play with other people, you hear their controllers rattling over the mic.
That's true Tempest audio
I think
right there.
Probably like that. For the battle for them is probably like if you play Astrobot for a long time. I don't know if you noticed this. Yeah, your controller's not lasting longer than like 2 hours, which is not realistic for Call of Duty or anything.
Yeah,
that you're going to play for a prolonged amount of time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see it. It's a shame we have to wait a bit longer. I do suspect we'll still see it this year. That's what they did with Switch, right? I think I think we will hear about it pretty soon after April when we go into the next fiscal year. Probably because they'll have to start drumming up some sort of interest. You saw like off the back of the reporting this weekend, their share price dropped like 8.8%. It bounced back up to like 6, but it like millions off of their value basically just
level 30.
The expectation that they would bring it out this year. So yeah, I'm ready. Talking of like being ready to move to kind of the next generation, going back to our PS5 talk, Switch is honking right now.
Oh, absolutely. It has been for like 2.5 years. We've been like, come on, guys, let's get this off this machine.
I played Princess Peach Showtime recently, which is like I really enjoyed it. Really fun, super charming game. But it looks like a game that's been ported to a last gen machine. You know, like I literally spent a while kind of like squinting at Peach, like she's just all fuzzy. You know, where they've just like lowered her
fuzzy
resolution.
Like, well, at the very least. At least we ended with the Switch with something to look forward to, so there is some hope. I think we did a good job.
Not this year.
No, but yeah, pardon me, but at least something to hope for, look forward to.
You can look forward to more remasters and ports.
Please be excited.
But like, the other thing I'll say is this. I'm kind of meaning to say this conversation, but like, I think there's lots of reasons to be, like very
tepid about the AAA industry and what have you, right? But if you spend a lot of time in that indie category and that mid tier sort of space, there's just endless creativity.
Yeah, awesome.
Like just this week, I just did Pacific Drive, which is fan-fucking-tastic. Like it just is. It's a great game. And I never find any shortage of those games. And I think a lot of the discourse that we have around this stuff is very centered on the big players and the platforms and the AAA and all this and that. And yeah, totally. There's lots of reasons to be pessimistic. But I don't know. I'd just say I'm a lot more focused on that smaller stuff these days. And I definitely
that's where the innovation
find
is.
endless joy in that, you know?
The innovation has been, that's where the innovation is. That's where the innovation has been for, 10, 15 years now. Large games can't even really afford to innovate on that scale. From their objectives, the amount of people they have to appeal to, they kind of adopt the ideas from those games. I think we're all guilty for kind of not highlighting what's interesting in that scene enough. But at the same time, it's almost like the general gaming public curate that stuff for us. I mean, hardly anyone was paying attention to Helldivers before it came out, or Palworld before that came out. These have blown up off the back of players, and the reception to those games. And, kind of the emergent moments that we're all watching on TikTok.
You're on TikTok, are you, Andy?
I love a bit of TikTok.
Yeah, mate.
Okay.
There he goes.
That's it. Wow. All right.
That's my doom scroll.
Yeah, me too.
Well, with that, I think that's a good place to cut this off because we could talk forever. Andy, thank you for your insight, man. Would love to have you back.
Thanks for having me.
Please.
For sure.
Cheers.
All right. Our first sponsor for the week is AG1. They're actually a regular sponsor. They've been with us for a while now. What is this? Six or seven time they've re-upped with frames per second.
Wow.
So first of all, we appreciate that support. Thank you very much. And we like AG1 a lot. We're very glad to have them back because it's a product that we personally use, or at least I do. I know Lucy does. I'm not sure about Jake at this point, but I've been sticking with it ever since they sent me my first little kit a while ago. If you don't know what it is, it's essentially a supplement sort of material that basically aims to give you all of your greens that you need in one day. It's a little powder thing. You drop it in, you stir it around, and off you go. It actually tastes really nice as well. And I've said this in the past where I looked at these green drinks and I'm like, oh, that's probably going to taste terrible. And it tastes a billion times worse when you actually put it in your mouth. Not the case with AG1. It actually tastes really nice. I like drinking in the morning. And yeah, it's a really nice thing to do for your body at the start of a day, especially when you are going to spend the rest of that day playing Final Fantasy for 16 hours, not moving, So it is nice to do at least something healthy to kick the day off.
Yeah, that's right, Ralph. It is the official green stuff of Friends Per Second. It does actually, thankfully, taste pretty good. And for someone who is a little inconsistent, I would say, in terms of like eating at times of day and taking my normal vitamins, AG1 really kind of helps round that out. And the supporting good gut health is always good for me because, again, like you said, I'm kind of sedentary. Sometimes I don't eat the best. So kind of helping that ecosystem goes a long way. And with this, it's easy. It's a scoop in water. You shake it up, you stir it in the morning, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
It's got little travel packs as well. And
Clutch.
I'm about to do some travel next month, actually, so I can bring those with me, and that'll all be covered off, so that's nice. It comes with you can get like a nice little kit as well with a nice fancy little bottle and a little canister thing, and it's nice.
Yeah.
It feels really nice. It's just like a good thing. It sits there in the fridge, you take it out, it's good. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I really like it a lot. I know, Lucy, you drink it as well.
I do. I also same vibes where I'm just not good at eating on a regular schedule. I kind of, I just wait for ages until I get really, really hungry and then I go for it. And so starting my day with some AG1, first of all, it's nice to be part of a routine. And also because I wake up, I feel like I hydrate and then I have my AG1 and it feels like I've done something for myself at the beginning of the day. I had some friends around yesterday and they saw the big green kit next to.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I have it
Nice.
out and I was just like, oh, this old thing? Bet you're wondering why my hair's looking so good. My skin and I'm with so much energy. But no, it's great. We've been using it for a long time. And so if you want to take ownership of your health, start with AG1. You can try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin DK plus K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/friends. That is drinkag1.com/friends. Check it out.
This episode of Friends Per Second is also brought to you by Incogni. Now, I remember you guys got Incogni before I did, and so I'm like a week or two behind you in terms of what this is, and they had to explain it to me, but here's what it is, right? So basically, your data is everywhere online because you've had to sign up to some form somewhere so you could buy a new blender on Amazon or whatever. Like, just your data is just getting spread around everywhere, right? And you don't even know where it is. And that's what I didn't quite realize until I started using this service, because Incogni is a service that looks at where your data is online and then tries to take it down. There's this automated process that removes your data from these online, I don't know, databases or whatever else, right? And I had no idea where my data was because Incogni tells you, oh, we found your data here. And I'm like, what the hell is that company? I've never heard of them before, but obviously they had bought my data from somewhere else and then it ends up there, right? So it then begins, once it's found you and it, whatever else, it starts going through this automated process of taking down your data from all these places. And then it sends you reports for how it's doing. And I think right now my report is up to like at least 50 or 60 places my data has been removed from. And I get like a new report every week telling me on progress. And I don't need to do anything, by the way. I just click a button and then Incogni goes out there and does it. And that's fantastic because the less places that have my data, the better. Like this, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You know? So I've been super impressed by it. I don't know what you guys are up to.
Oh, dude, I just hit
number
200. I hit 200 the other day.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I get these like the dashboards. It's always like Zoe from Incogni. And the thing that
Shout
I
out
also
to Zoe. I love getting emails from Zoe.
But the thing that I really appreciate is that like if there is someone that they think might be you, they also ask you to check just in case like your data is slightly wrong, but it is you and you can tell that it's you. And so I've been going in and like checking off this is me from San Francisco, this is me from in London or wherever. And it's finding, it's removed my stuff from over 200 things. And, you know, as people on the internet, as you all are too, it's scary not knowing where your data is going and who has it and what they're doing with it. And so there is no way I would have time to go and do all of this. And so, just answering a few questions and getting Incogni to go do it is great. I'm
It's a
very
great
happy with
service. I had no idea something like this existed. I really like it. And I definitely plan to stick with it in the longer term for sure.
So Incogni is like your secret ally, ensuring your data stays where it belongs, with you. No more shady data trades or surprises. Now, here's a deal for our users. You head to incogni.com, throw in the code FriendsPerSecond, one word, and snag an exclusive 60% off. That's a big deal. So it's time to reclaim your online space with Incogni. That's incogni.com. Use the code FriendsPerSecond, and big thanks to Incogni for sponsoring this podcast. All right, now since that conversation, some stuff has actually been officially announced, confirmed. We got a Nintendo Direct. I think that was one of the more interesting things. You guys have any takeaways from that before we jump into bigger stuff?
I mean, I feel like the takeaway from it is it really feels like Switch it's done. It's like, look, it wasn't a bad Direct, don't get me wrong. It was just there wasn't much there, and you can you get the feeling that platform or the developers thinking about that platform are keeping their powder dry for the Switch 2. Yeah. Because why would you launch your game on the Switch if it could run on the Switch 2 and be a launch title for it? You know what I mean? And as Andy was saying, it was meant to be this year. It's probably early next year, but that's neither here nor there. A developer can probably wait 3 months to debut their title. So yeah, it really does feel like there wasn't a lot to show there, and the Switch is wrapping up, which is fine because it's had an incredible run. What a run for a little machine. Highest selling console in Japan of all time, third highest selling console, full stop, worldwide, of all time. And so yeah, it's definitely deserved its retirement period. Now it's doing that thing where it kind of rolls down to like part-time hours, works 2 to 3 days a week. Maybe it goes and sits on some boards or something if it's been really successful in its career, before eventually it just gets put out to start and it's done. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was not much in that showcase.
I like them. I like those showcases as kind of a vehicle to get more eyes on games that maybe don't have this much of a spotlight.
Yes,
things like
definitely.
I mean, Tales of Kinzera was at Game Awards, but Another Crab's Treasure, for example.
Sure.
Penny's Big Breakaway, which Shadow dropped, I guess, this week. Because not enough else is coming out this month.
Yes.
And so yeah.
That's sort of the person behind Sonic Revival, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that until
I didn't know that.
Edmund told me.
Yeah.
Yeah, neither did I.
Oh.
So until Edmund told me, and he's like, yeah, that person who led the development of
Is
that
that Hunter?
was
Bridges?
I don't know the name of the person actually, but they're very close to the whole Sonic is cool again thing. So yeah, no, they're definitely. I think there was also what's that Unicorn Overlord thing?
Yes.
There's like a
the
demo for that
Atlas
now, and that
thing?
carries over. And they say that's like the biggest game they've ever made.
Yeah.
So that looks quite interesting. That under that the ocean one at the very end.
Christian Whitehead. Sorry, that's the name.
Christian Whitehead.
Yeah.
Okay. That ocean one, was it called? I forget the name of it now. Where you're like just a scuba diver hanging out with your scuba diving buddies at the end of the direct. Remember that one?
Oh,
No.
I'm scrolling.
Yeah, apparently it's like a re-release of one that was on the Wii U or something. I'd never heard of it before.
No. Endless Ocean Luminous.
Endless Ocean. Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently, and in the chat, like a lot of, or the comment section, a lot of people are really excited. They're like, hey, I never thought I'd see that one again. And I can kind of see how that would be nice. Just rolling around an ocean with some buddies, just exploring and chatting. And you know what I mean? I don't imagine that I would do a lot of it, but a few sessions of that just to check it out and relax and catch up with a friend or whatever you haven't like hung out with online for a while. That'd be nice.
And in terms of, hey, haven't seen that one or didn't think we would see that one again, for me, it was Epic Mickey. That's something I've never actually, I followed the development of it so closely. It was just like a big game industry thing when it came out, but I never actually really completely played it. So now that they're dropping this kind of like update of it, re-release of it in 2024, I'm probably going to jump in. I'm not like a Mickey, I don't have any like connection to Mickey Mouse. Like if you think,
You're not
like,
a
who
Disney
is
doll?
he? Like what's his deal? Like what, does he have any lore?
Behind the ears, getting between the ears, getting into the brain of Mickey Mouse.
This is our chance to interview Warren Spector.
I mean, yeah,
we can get
hell
him.
yeah,
We
a
get him
really
on the-
interesting
we can get him on the
story behind
podcast.
that development. So.
Hugely interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm sure he would love to tell it for the 800th time on our podcast.
Xbox,
yeah, it'd be
Xbox
fantastic.
shit.
Yeah.
Dropped too.
Yeah.
It was Pentiment
and Grounded.
and Grounded.
And
but
then
not
a tweet about Sea of Thieves coming to PlayStation afterwards.
Yes, exactly. I was surprised. I would have thought Hi-Fi Rush would go on the Switch.
Oh, it did, didn't it?
But
didn't it?
no, it didn't.
Oh.
It's not. No, it's not. That's the tweet also said that Hi-Fi Rush is coming to PS5.
Oh.
And so it's kind of like, oh, okay, fair enough, I guess. But we saw those little
shirts.
avatars being released. So maybe it's coming later or something. I don't know.
Because Hi-Fi Rush Switch. Googling. Wow, my computer is running slow.
But yeah, I really would have thought we'd see Hi-Fi Rush.
Eurogamer posted report Hi-Fi Rush will launch on Switch 2. Allegedly.
Oh, there we go.
According
Okay.
to Tom Phillips.
That does actually make a lot of sense because I guess Hi-Fi Rush is quite a nice looking game.
Yeah.
Like it really is visually quite up there, even though it's got its cell shading style or whatever. So yeah, maybe it's just a challenge in terms of the hardware. But then again, like if you can get Grounded running on the Switch, you can get quite a bit running on the Switch if you really try. So I'm sure they could have really tried.
I was going to say,
but maybe they're just like,
runs
no,
on
let's just
Switch.
save it.
It's not the,
yes,
that's not the best looking game, but does run.
I'm happy that more people are going to play that because that was one of my favorite games from last year. It was on my
Me
list.
too.
Yeah,
that
awesome
and Pentiment. What's cool is that I've seen on the Pentiment videos that I've made and stuff, seeing an influx of new people watching the videos to check it out now that it's available on more platforms. And I am very happy because that is just such a very cool, unique game. I mean, we've championed that one a lot, but
I was going to
see
say, you
it
can
come
go
back
back
around is great.
You can go back and listen or watch an old episode of Friends Per Second.
A
if you want to
fascinating
throw
interview
in-
with
yeah.
director Josh Sawyer.
Yes.
It really was. Yeah, it was a great interview. So.
But along with that, we also just got like an announcement or a reveal of Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erd Tree. Or shadows.
Yeah.
How many
Oh my
shadows are under
God.
the tree?
Just the one. It's a singular shadow.
Yeah. So we know it's coming this year. We got a
June,
release date,
baby.
everything in June, and it's more Elden Ring.
I'm so excited.
With special ninja kicks that just see that little triple kick in the air. God damn, man. I was like, what the fuck? Let's go.
I know I've spoken about this. Like I told you, I've been watching a lot of Elden Ring speed runs. I've been watching a lot of Elden Ring challenge runs recently, and I know there's no other games coming out, so why not just do a new run of Elden Ring? I downloaded it on PC, and I just I don't want to do the same thing I did last time, which is a magic build. I just want to have like a PC character ready to go, maybe sword and
Do
board.
the Berserk Boy build. Do a guts
I could
build.
do my guts build.
You can finally do your guts build. Yep.
So it's like 10
I
plus new bosses, new swamp. New swamp.
New swamp. One of the bosses is meant to be as difficult as Millennia as well, so that's big.
Shit.
Oh shit! Indeed,
FromSoft say it's the biggest expansion they've ever done, and their DLCs have always been pretty meaty.
Yeah.
You know, like they've always delivered.
Is big and
so pretty nuts.
Miyazaki did say, or somebody from Software said that they compared it to like the same or bigger than Limgrave. So like okay,
but more dense.
Cool. A lot of compelling bosses and stuff too.
It's $40.
Yeah, that's
I'll pay
$40
hefty.
plus also like a collector's edition for like $500 or whatever.
Oh, that
Australian,
statue,
The statue, yeah. So I mean, it's very big, it's very ambitious, but I mean, the quality of this title, like you can't. Who's going to sit there and say that Elden Ring doesn't deliver? You know, like if. I mean, we can argue about price and that sort of stuff, absolutely, for sure. But at the end of the day, I strongly suspect that game, that DLC will be one of the best things we play this year. Possibly even the best, depending on how much of like a Souls fan you are. And
Elden Ring DLC.
It's just, it's nice to know how much work they put into it, how big and ambitious it is. Because that studio's got to be working on Elden Ring 2 right now as well. Because they just secured the rights.
Yeah.
Well, last year they secured the trademark to Elden Ring. Bandai, as in FromSoft, now own that. And of course, you'd be working on a sequel because why
the
wouldn't
biggest
you?
thing.
It's
20 was it
totally
23 million? They said they've sold
something like that. Yep.
Yeah.
And they're looking at like transmedia stuff as well. Like they'll probably do like a TV show or some shit. I don't know.
Oh god.
It's big. It's gigantic. And so they're probably working on another Armored Core as well because that did really well for them. And there's every chance that franchise continues to grow. So
not Bloodborne
cool.
2 though.
Shut up.
I mean,
fuck you. Why would you mention this?
Look, I do not like what Miyazaki said about Bloodborne. In that interview, he's like, we really want the technological leap to mean something if we're going to remake it. And it's like, dude, we are not asking for a remake.
No, 60
just
FPS.
Want a remaster that gets it up to 60 FPS and, touch up a few things here and there if you need to. But that's it. That's all we want.
Yes.
But I guess they feel like they couldn't sell that if it's just a 60 FPS remaster because, like, fair enough. If you're not doing any other work to it, and so therefore it becomes not commercially viable. So they're like, the only way we can sell this is to remake it, and therefore it needs a larger technological leap, and we need to go into like PS6 territory or whatever. I'm like, just give us a 60 FPS remaster. Like, we'll look, let's pay $10, $15, $20 for it, whatever. I know many people would just happily pay $70 for that. But I'm like, it should ideally be free because I feel like just if you just up and something to 60 FPS, just make it free. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So, I don't know.
He said also because like they don't own it either. Not going to happen.
It's PlayStation.
Sure. But it's such a bummer. The one game that everyone really, really, really wants remade, or remastered, I should say, is the one that we're just not getting, and it's a disappointment. So yeah.
Well, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Let's move on to our first user question of the day. You can submit questions to contact@friendspersecond.com. Lucy, thank you for putting that in the notes.
I saw you reading it.
Yeah.
I was like, mate.
I had to read it because I always forget. Brain broken. You guys understand. Come on.
I get it. I get it.
We do, 100%.
This is always very difficult because we got a lot of really insightful, thought-provoking questions. So thank you guys. This one we're taking right now is from Chris from El Paso.
Okay.
He says,
I'm going to
I was
call it.
recently thinking about my favorite games of all time. My list might change later, but I was able to narrow it down to the top 3. Tears of the Kingdom, Last of Us, Prey 2017. A question that popped into my mind while thinking about this was, will I ever play these games again? I had such an amazing experience with these games everything from the story, the gameplay, my personal life, and surroundings was just right that I do not want to replay them and tarnish the memories I made with these games. So my question to the friends is, do you all replay your all-time favorite games again, or will you?
Well, Ralph, you're
Damn,
not going to
good question.
replay Outer Wilds, are you?
Well, there's certain categories of games where you can't.
Right.
Very rare that you can find those games where you just can't replay them.
Mhm.
And Outer Wilds unfortunately falls into that category
Mhm.
because it's the very structure of the game does not allow you, or the very conceit of the game does not allow you, because it's entirely about figuring out very core mechanics and then applying that learning. It's not about Metroidvania unlocks or level ups or whatever else. It's like, can you figure out how this thing works? Oh, you now have figured it out. Cool. If you started another playthrough again, you'd immediately be able to just go through that, right? And I am looking forward to the day, though, where I've just forgotten most of that.
Eternal Sunshine.
And it's just, it's Eternal Sunshine. Like, my memory has just naturally just moved it out. And I do